still be friends. But this is where the story ends. Still be friends. But this is where the story ends. This is where the story ends.
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡了，
睡哦。
家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。 阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花椒鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是下定金享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
It's all that I can see. I'm convinced you've given up on me. Your innocence, it took me by surprise. 'Cause you must know that I'm leaving here tonight.
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡嘛？
对呀。
家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
It's 2 a.m. and you're knocking on my door. I won't answer, you're screaming out some more. This isn't love, it's a need to be in control. You always play the victim, whatever. Careful where you walk, 'cause my heart's like a flame. Consider it karma, now you have to pay. Give me space. I need that breather time. Give me space. I need that.
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡了，
睡哦。
家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古。 臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍， 让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡了。
对呀。
家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信。舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line. 'Cause it's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying.
Hello， 各位观众，欢迎来到的是2024 PCS 夏季总决赛的现场，我是优武。那今天呢，将会是 PCS 在实质上的最后一天，是 PSG 会作为 PCS 永远的约定之王，还是来自 LJL 的 SHG 将会作为的是 PCS 最后的新王登基？很高兴今天可以在线下跟观众共襄盛举，一起见证这个历史性的一刻。那我们今天一样会找几位来到了这个线下我们和平篮球馆的观众，访问他们一些问题。今天的问题会稍微比较怀旧一点了。那马上我们来欢迎第一组的观众，两位跟镜头打个招呼吧。大家好。来，第一个问题我想问两位了，从什么时候开始看 PCS 的？然后为什么会开始看 PCS？
我应该算是从前几年开始看，因为那时候看到大凯的直播，然后我就很喜欢他的播报风格，然后我就会开始一直疯狂的看 PCS， 就基本上每一集只要他有播我就会追这样。
其实我是从 LMS 然后接续跟过来，可中间有断过，就是中间刚开始 PCS 的时候我没有看，是看 LCK， 是后来我是看去春季赛的时候，卡萨跟蛇回来，我才回来继续看的。
好的，那两位在看 PCS 这段期间的时候，有没有你最喜欢的一个队伍或选手？还在的跟不在的都可以。
我最喜欢的应该是水精灵，就是我看比赛，因为当然是喜欢精彩，但这最近的比赛都是中路都很无聊，都是那几个角色，但水晶可以拿出像凯特琳这种新奇的角色，让我非常喜欢他，也很期待他明年可以走更远。
那我最喜欢的就是 SHG 的 AB 上路，就是他上路真的非常的奇特，像上次他拿出了雷克萨之后，开始带领了一股风气，就是开始大家疯狂玩雷克萨，在他被削弱的时候，他还是再继续玩。然后像昨天他也拿出了很多像加里欧上路的这种特殊角出来应对。
是，好的，那两位有没有这个在看 PCS 这段期间，你印象最深刻的一场比赛？
我最印象深刻的应该就是昨天的，因为我是第一次来线下，然后昨天真的非常非常的刺激。然后他们前面因为双方都打的其实有来有往，可是后面因为可能 SHG 的 BP 比较稍微强了一点，针对了上路一键选手的选角，所以导致他可能没办法那么正常的发挥。这样，谢
谢。我的话是 PSG 打 DCG 最后的比赛，那个665的阿姆姆真的是太帅了，对，印象非常深刻。Q 榜闪 R， 真的非常喜欢665。
说这个超准皮带是不是？好的，非常感谢两位。那最后有没有什么想要对线上、想要对镜头跟观众们一起说的话？
我想要来个告白。我对优武从你行你上开始看，第一季开始一直看，我非常喜欢他。我觉得他从以前不太那么熟，然后很紧张，到现在播到现在，我真的非常喜欢他。优武，我爱你。
好，谢谢你。
好，看我要对大凯说，我已经看了他大概4年了吧，我只能说大凯是僵尸，我爱你，再见。
好了，非常谢谢两位。
谢谢。
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. Let go.
好的，我们来找到的是第2组的观众，欢迎。来，好的，感谢2位接受我们的采访。那问2位第一个问题呢，是今天是为了谁来到现场观赛的
？PSG Maple，
也是 PSG 的 Maple。
2位都是 Maple 的粉丝。好，那来到了第2个问题，因为今天是 PCS 的最后一天了，你们有没有在这漫长的5年当中，印象最深刻的一场比赛？
就是春季赛 PSG 赢过那个 SHG 的比赛，3-0那一次。
我是那个世界赛MSI 那边3-2，虽然说输掉了，但是还是觉得他们很尽力，很棒。
有时候对上 BLG 的时候有免喷泉的这场比赛。好了，非常感谢2位。那最后有没有什么想要对在线上收看直播的观众朋友们讲的？
就希望 PSG 可以加油，然后这次世界赛我们会重返8强。
也是一样，希望他们能进入8强赛，加油！
好的，希望2位今天看比赛看开心，谢谢。
touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Makes you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. And never gonna touch second place. Nah.
好的，我们找到了第3组的观众，欢迎2位。好的，2位也有准备一些来到现场的应援版。那第一题想要问2位说，在 PCS 这5年间，你最喜欢的队伍或是选手？
我目前是 DCG 的水精灵选手，因为他在中路选出来的选角会跟 Meta 角有些不太一样，所以会让我觉得游戏多很多丰富跟有趣，还有对手反应也蛮特别的。对，
水主席的粉丝真的很多。
我很喜欢之前的 BYG 的 Dogo。因为他在大赛中亮眼的表现，让我对他印象很深刻。希望他事后身体能健康。
好的，那2位也有准备这个应援版嘛？那看起来都是 ZOD 的粉丝，有没有什么想要对 ZOD 说的话？
我很喜欢 ZOD， 他石油杯超级血，超喜欢他。希望他之后还能就是继续在赛场上活跃。
就是很喜欢他的播报，不管是偏心还是做自己，只要你开心就好，然后工作加油。
好的，那最后2位有没有什么想要对线上的在看直播的召唤师观众朋友们讲的话？
希望大家可以享受今天的比赛，
希望祝大家今天观赛愉快。
好的，谢谢2位，谢谢，拜拜。
getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. Getting dangerous. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's paradise waiting for you. It all comes soon enough. Let's go for it. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. Power, wages, thought, money, driven, major, fraud, bracelets, body, diamond, bones, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Pull up to feel me, unless the world I'm gonna see, I'm cribbing it, gonna see, getting it, just cause free. This night will forever remain, and you'll never break caught in your rain. You're not could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get
Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. It's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming to train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder in the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming again. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree. I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. That's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming to train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder in the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming again. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree.
Welcome back. Oh, wrong screen. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, we are now at our grand finals of the PCS Summer and a potential last broadcast of the PCS ever. Certainly in the regard that it's in right now, and I could not be more excited. All the action tonight will once again, for the final time this year, be brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International, the Asus Republica Gamer, Changhua Telecom, who if you sign up in the near future, you will receive 12 months of Harmy Video free of charge for your entertainment and gaming needs, as well as a Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel, who have housed our international teams from the beginning of playoffs right up until now in their 688 rooms, their Michelin-starred guest houses, banquet halls, spas, saunas, pools, you name it, they have it. Definitely check them out if you are over in Taipei. The China Airlines, who can get you there. If you go check out the China Airlines website, you'll find great value tickets on great quality flights, so definitely do check them out. And of course, Carry Energy, who are going to keep you nice and topped up mentally, physically, keep peak performance, whether you're an esports gamer or an actual athlete. Don't know how else to word that. And last but not least, it will be TTL Brand Noodles, who have sponsored us and continued to support us over the past 2 years. We could not thank them enough. Certainly do try them out if you find them in your local grocery store or your convenience store. Now, I will, again, for the last time this year, be your host, Vestian. Alongside me, it's my good friend, It's low.
Yeah, we're finally here. We've made it to the finals. It's been a long road, maybe not so long of a road for some of these teams, as PSG and SoftBank had a little bit of an easier time getting here than the likes of Frank, who we sadly saw eliminated yesterday. Hopefully they're still hanging out to support PSG, and can't help but root for them a little bit. And feels like maybe a funeral procession today, maybe. I think we've got a shellacking on the cards. Not to be controversial, but PSG have just looked in godlike form, all split especially. And everyone's talking about Gen G's Golden Road, but PSG's Golden Road is on the line tonight, I think.
Yeah, and not only Golden Road in terms of the PCS, right? They won everything last year. They won both the spring, both the summer. They've won the spring this year. Completing it now with a 4-time back-to-back would be pretty impressive.
Yeah,
considering their team hasn't remained the same the entire time. Parts of it have. I mean, the top has remained the same. The jungle and the support have all remained the same. But Maple coming in and Betty coming in later on, even after that, it has changed. But they've still been just that same dominant force. In fact, becoming more and more dominant as they progress. So I'm inclined to agree with you. It feels like there's a procession going on here tonight. And PSG, well, it's probably not going to be for them.
But we have underestimated SoftBank in the past, not that far in the past, admittedly. Just last night, we both had them pegged going down to old Frank Esports, and they managed to win. Kind of surprising, both of us, playing extremely well, but I think they have to have another level up today. They're a team capable of it. They took PSG the distance in the previous splits playoffs and could look to do it again here.
Yeah, it would require a considerable level up by them, though, because we have seen them already, as you see on your screen here, the bracket. If you peer your eyes down to that upper bracket final, there was PSG versus SoftBank there, and a quite clean 3-0.
Yeah.
In all honesty, there was a little bit of back and forth occasionally in the mid-game, but in general, PSG got a lead early. They kept it the whole time, and that was the true throughout the series. So expecting much the same here, as we haven't really seen anyone contest PSG Talon throughout the entire split, in all honesty.
And as stated, it hasn't been the longest road for PSG at all to get here. They've played the absolute minimum number of games to get here, just 6 games, quick, clean games, taking out the 2 teams who played against each other in the lower bracket finals. Both of them taken out 3-0, so that is why we're maybe a little doom and gloom for SoftBank's chances, but again, we've underestimated them before, and they've shown that they can step up when the stakes get raised.
Absolutely. And obviously yesterday's result there on your screen, SoftBank did take that win 3-1 up against Frank after losing game number 1, really turned it back. But this is the big one, the grand finals. Not much on the line other than just being that champion. Obviously, both these teams have already qualified for that World Championship, which is going to be great that we get representation from not only the PCS, but also the LJL. But on your screen here, I mean, these truly are just the heroes of the PCS. They are pretty uncontested across the rift, the best in their role. I don't think you'd really be able to make an argument for any of them. Maybe, there's moments, some highs from other players that would contest them, but in general, just so stable and so good. But SoftBank, the team that has to try and do something about that, try and prove that they aren't the be-all, end-all of our region. And it's going to be a tough task because from what we've seen, they haven't looked to be at the same level. There's been moments of absolute brilliance. Marble on the MF, as we've seen a lot. Vista has been fantastic, but it's going to be so hard. And here it is, the 4-peat, as I just touched on. One win away.
100% first tower percentage for PSG, just showing their dominance. Gold difference, again, these games are up against, half of them against SoftBank, the other half against Frank, the 2 other strongest teams in this playoffs. They haven't been, stomping the weaker teams at all, and they're averaging a 1.3 gold lead at 14.
Yeah,
Mid's deficit is 2.4%. You want to help me maybe try figure that one out? I can't quite make it.
Minion deficit?
2.4% in this context.
Yeah. Well, that just means they're up 2.4% worth of minions across the map.
Yeah, and that kind of tracks with how they play. They kind of just win every lane, as the rest of the stats will kind of show.
Yeah.
And
not
just
too
unstoppable.
surprising.
And the problem that you're going to have as SoftBank going up against these guys is that they just need one weakness. One weakness on the Rift. This is their previous clash up against SoftBank. Evie, always with a creative pick in the top lane. Got some work done on the Malphite in this game, but again, I think it was Maple. Yeah, right, Maple. I think he might have played 3 Zeri games.
I don't remember, but I remember this game he finished with like 12 kills or something.
Yeah, just
a true pop-off.
Unstoppable on the Zeri. Here's another probably Zeri highlight from Maple, as it just seemed like he showed up to every fight on this Zeri. Mega farmed, winning his lane. and just took everyone out. As the moment he showed up to these fights, it was just over.
Yeah, it really was. And you're seeing it here, just flashing forward under towers and really getting it done. But, I mean, it's not all over. There is certainly hope here for the Algeria representatives. And on your screen here, they've made it to the final both times, of course. And while their stats certainly aren't quite as good as PSG's, they're ahead more at 20 to 30 minutes. But there is always the caveat that they have been playing weaker teams, just by virtue of they've played more teams.
Yeah, that is quite an impressive stat. And if you've been watching the SoftBank games, you recognize how good and honestly how resilient this team is. Some of these gold advantages in that 20 to 30 minute window are being generated after they fall behind in the early game. There are games where we don't even see them take a tower for 15, 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden they just explode out onto the map. They pick up dragons, they pick up a bunch of towers, and suddenly they're just winning a game where we had them counted out.
Dasher looks so different, by the way, in this compared, like, just not glasses. No glasses, maybe.
Yeah, I think he's had a haircut.
Yeah, possibly.
Since that photo, too. That does not look like Dasher's haircut. And here is their series against Frank. This was not the most recent one. Oh, was it?
No, it was.
Yeah, Evie on the cannon.
But yeah, I mean, it was just a masterclass, honestly, their series up against Frank. They actually lost very hard in game number 1, but truly turned it around after that. Didn't look like they were going to lose at all. There was one game where it was very on the edge. The game where Wako was playing Jin, there was, quadra kills coming out from him, and it was like, oh, maybe there's some play left in this for Frank, but eventually SoftBank just too good with their macro gameplay, and honestly, their team fighting later on in the game is very, very impressive.
Yeah, and especially from the 2 carries in the mid and the bot lane. Evie no slouch either, but as we said, they did go to 5 the first time they played against PSG, but then in the grand finals just struggled to even pick up a game, and it's been the same so far in this playoffs.
Yeah.
So they'll have to change something, and maybe coming into this with probably a lot of pressure off their shoulders now that they've made it to Worlds. Players like Forrest, we've kind of seen him maybe falter under pressure and be slow to get started, maybe hesitant to pull the trigger on some of these dragon fights. Shouldn't have those issues with the pressure off his shoulders in this series.
Yeah, I think ultimately one of the most impressive things as a graphic of him does come up is Woody versus Vista, because I think these two are clearly just the 2 best supports we have. Woody, I think I've seen him make exactly 1 mechanical misplay over the course of this entire split, and that was actually against SoftBank. We went for a flash Q on the Rel, missed, and then kind of went down for it. But other than that, just flawless gameplay across the entirety of almost the entire year. And Vista, much the same. So very exciting to see these two, but just look at those stats. Just almost entirely first across the league. In every stat.
MVP in half of the games PSG have played as well. Not always seeing the support players pick up these MVPs, so that is more impressive than you might think, being already a pretty impressive stat. And like you said, he is just flawless, and it is testament to how flawless he is that we remember the single time we've seen him make a mistake. A mechanical misplay at the very least.
Yeah, and it wasn't like a big mistake that was game-ending, but even things like this, right? A lot of people wouldn't find the angle where your jungle is just dead to right. It's like 100% he's dead, but Woody manages to buy enough time to give Junjie the availability to actually pull off all of his abilities and actually look for play in that team fight.
And I remember the story of this game being these Leona engages or Vista engages being perfect. Coming out of Vista, he was finding amazing engages, but his whole team was just being shut down by Woody. Woody recognizing exactly what he needs to do in any given fight. Here, he's just taken out Dasher's flash, made so much space for his team to take his enemies out under the tower. Now, Dasher, for the side of SoftBank, is probably gonna have to step up. If we've historically seen someone get off to slow starts in these series, it's been Maple. I mean, not so far in these playoffs. So, Dasher's even more so going to need to step up. Has 2 player of the games.
Yeah, but I think when you talk about sort of the what you said, where Maple's often slow to get off the sort of get into a roll, get into a rhythm, he's also pretty much always just doing okay. He's at least even. He's never behind. He's always at least even.
Yeah, he's not making montages game 1. That's all.
And you saying that he's like slow to get off the ground is not him playing poorly. It's just that he's not 2-0, 3-0 in his
relative to his caliber as a player. And maybe that is something Dasher can exploit, because we have seen him look like a monster, especially in that game 4 last night on the Azir. And in the clip you just watched on the Talia. So on the APs, he's very strong, and he had some, I would say, redemption games on the Zeri as well last night, where he hasn't looked that impactful on these carries. Nothing like what Maple was able to do. But definitely redeemed himself last night, and he's got to be confident going for these ADCs now.
Yeah, draft tendency. Quite a lot of shared picks, but I mean, what stands out to me, I think, more than anything, even including the sort of AP disparity in the mid lane, is Betty and Marble.
Yeah.
The Callista, very aggressive laner, and we know that Woody is very good at playing these ranged supports, and it's not something we've seen Vista pick up yet this split.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to suffer. This Misfortune can be strong, but I think the Smolder will suffer. I don't think that's a possible pickup against PSG.
Yeah, it's kind of a testament to how these two teams played, that it is just polar opposites for Betty and Marble in the scaling kind of sack lane pick on the Smolder, and then the extremely early game focus pick on the Callista. Same deal with the top lane, Aja versus Evie. Evie is willing to pick champions that will almost always lose their lane, but be more impactful later in the game, whereas Aja is not so willing to lose his lane, will not let you have an easy time.
Well, I think the thing about Aja is he actually is. He actually is willing to lose his lane, he just doesn't. There's a stat that I've been looking at. This is the most impressive stat that I think I've ever seen in terms of just raw stats. I mean, I said stat a lot, but it is a crazy stat.
Yeah.
Anyway, Aja has the third highest first blood participation percentage across the league.
The entire league.
The entire league, not just top
laners.
Not just top, across the entirety of the league. This includes jungle, support, mids, whoever. He has the third highest, which is, I think it's something like 52%. It is an absurd stat as a top laner.
Yeah.
No other top laner comes even close. For reference, Driver, who is a very talented top laner, had 3%.
Yeah.
It is
that is what you'd
absurd
expect.
how far ahead of the competition Aja is at setting up for Jinjia, but also just PSG playing around the fact that Aja can set up these moments because no one else does.
Yeah, all of last split, we had a running joke when Nocturne was in the meta, famously weak early game champion, Jinjia could still every single game run to the top lane and Aja would set him up for a kill or even a double. If you got unlucky, caught him at the wrong time.
What's happened here?
Those two pairing up together is just always terrifying. It's going to be difficult for Evie, and I think especially Forrest, who's a bit of a younger player, to deal with these guys. These guys are absolute veterans.
Yeah, I mean, back on that, like Junja, he's currently ranked 5, I believe, on the Korean solo queue ladder.
Yeah.
Forrest, though, last night looked really, really good. If he can carry on his game like 3 performance, I think it was, when he was on the Zyra, if he can play like that the whole series, then you feel pretty good that he's not going to find himself at massive deficits to Junjia, but the problem is it's just Junjia, right? Like, it's so hard to bet against this guy. He has dominated the PCS so far. He has 3 back-to-back-to-back finals MVPs. We're now in the grand final. This is Junjia where he really comes out and shines, and somehow Forrest has just got to find it in himself to step up and to match that caliber of player.
And we saw in that first series they played up against PSG, moments where Forrest was in an advantageous position. I remember him in game 1 on the Taliyah finding Junjia in the river off guard. And but as often is the case with Junjia, he just mechanically outplays and turns what should be a horrible situation for him into just a winning situation and kind of snowballs the game off of that. So you can't just expect to beat these guys with macro. Junjia will just, from a terrible spot, outplay you and pick up a bunch of kills. He's also just capable of playing the tanks and taking a backseat, letting his bot lane play things like Callista, Renata, and just snowballing a game through them.
Yeah, you know, one sentiment that the Taiwanese colleagues have is that they've got these things about what are the weaknesses of each team? What are the strengths? PSG, they say, just has no weakness.
Yeah, we haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, that is what their rhetoric is. That is also my rhetoric. So, yeah,
well,
it seems like
to beat them.
Yeah, well, that's right. Their only loss is this entire year. They've had 1 series loss, and that was after they'd already qualified as first. So it's like, well, now they just have to play the games and show as little as possible so they can go through pretty seamlessly in the playoffs. And I think that is what we're really seeing as well.
Yeah, if we extrapolate from that 1 loss they had in the regular season to DCG, it would be that they were just a little too willing to take the really aggressive fights DCG were going for. How much of that is we've already qualified, let's just fight these guys in the jungle, and how much of that was their actual tendencies? They have in the past, when SoftBank was beating them last split, they had a tendency to overgroup a little bit, commit too many members to one side of the map while they got split up a bit and ran around in circles. So that is something they struggled with in the past, but honestly, we haven't seen any of that this split. They've been really good at keeping Maple in a side lane especially, and just constantly picking up tier 2s, frustrating the enemy team. He's never getting caught, and it's just going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for SoftBank. What are some positives for SoftBank? Aja looking absolutely relaxed.
Yeah,
I am
this is
jealous.
Yeah, what the? Now that is a coaching staff right there.
Yeah, I mean, here's a win condition. He might just be asleep
he's
before the game start.
Yeah, RJ actually being put to sleep by his own coaches there. But a bit of sabotage going on in the PSG back room. But yeah, I mean, SoftBank's strengths, I think, is, as I sort of touched on earlier, is just that sort of mid-game team fighting, their late-game team fighting. I think Evie doesn't seem like the strongest laner in general. He was dominating Taco with the Rumble pick, but Rumble kind of does that.
Yeah.
His lanes haven't looked the greatest, but his team fighting seems like he might just be the best team fighter.
Class, yeah.
I think he comes in, finds the perfect angle, he tanks up if he needs to tank, he finds damage if he needs to tank, and that I think is their strength. They're really good at utilizing his proficiency, and oh my word,
he has fallen asleep.
Yeah, he is just fully asleep now.
Yeah, and he's always willing to pick unconventional picks. I don't know what he's seeing when he locks in things like the Galio, things like the Malphite top, but they often work and have massive impact on these games. 5 CS a minute or not, he still just is terrifying in these games, but the problem is going to be that stylistic clash of PSG just kind of snowballing the game in the first 15 minutes really hard, and it's going to be honestly onto Forest and Dasher, I think, most of all. Dasher's got to keep Maple in his lane or out-rotate him if he can, and Forest has to be careful to not make mistakes in the first 15 minutes, because if you give Junjia an inch, you're just going to lose an entire side of your jungle alongside whatever laner is getting dived on that side of the map. They're always willing to rotate members to help out, and they're going to have to be absolutely on their best form.
They will. Many happy fans over there. And here are the predictions. I was waiting for this. This is a classic. Everyone that isn't a part of the LJL have pretty decisively given it to PSG. Yeah. Eyes, he is one of the LJL casters, and he has gone against the tribe. But still giving it a close series.
Yeah, between the 9 people who have predicted PSG, we have given a total of 3 games in this series to SoftBank. They need to actually win 3 games to win the series. I can't even imagine them winning 1. Of course I can imagine it. We've seen incredible performances from Marble and Dasher, especially lately. They really impress, especially Marble going up against Wako. Wako in that Trash Talk video kind of captured my opinion on what that matchup should have been like, in that he hasn't really acknowledged Marble as an equal at all, and Marble proved him completely wrong. He had an amazing performance, not just on the MF that we've already seen, and we know he's great on the MF, but he had an amazing Ezreal game, an amazing couple Ezreal games.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he just played the entire series last night pretty well, honestly. Yeah. I think nothing really to complain about his performance, and if he can continue that form coming up here, it will look good for them, admittedly. While Wako a very, very good AD carry, I think Betty and Woody are still just almost an entire caliber above that bot lane of Wako and Kaiwing. I think the strength that Betty and Woody have in the lane phase in particular is just stronger than any other duo we really have. I mean, we see them just straight 2v2 killing. There's Lil V in the crowd. I saw Ching9 in the crowd before as well, for anyone who has kept up with the PCS. So our players, our pro players in the league are here in attendance and supporting their fellow, what would you say? Just their allies?
Their compatriots.
Yeah, that's a good word. We're on form tonight.
I do think, don't underestimate Vista especially. I think I've been really impressed with Vista, especially for his creativity as a player. He has just surprised me in pretty much every series he's played, especially with how well so far he's piloted the Poppy. In the previous playoffs, he pulled out a random Yasuo game with his ADC on the Senna. That was really impressive as well. He's mechanically very gifted.
Yeah.
His engages are always clean, but he's not always synced up with his team is the problem, which could be language barrier issues and things like that for SoftBank. Lack of coordination that we just haven't seen from PSG in a long time.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're going to have to bring the heat. I think if the series that PSG lost is anything to go off of, you just have to bring the heat. You just have to fight them. If they try pick Smolder and relax and scale in these games, that is not going to work against PSG. You have to push back on these lanes. You have to find a side of the map that you can win on. And you need to be pretty creative to do so, because I don't think you're going to be able to just do it with raw skill or outplay. I think very few teams in the world really can against PSG.
Yeah, honestly, we even saw that at the MSI, right? We kind of, the story of this playoffs is, well, this finals, I should say, is we've got Vista on one hand, who has gone to a quarterfinals, I believe, of World Championship alongside Chovy and on whatever team it was at the time that Chovy and Vista were on. I think it was maybe Hanwha Life. Yeah. And now on the other side, we've got people like Maple and Betty, who have won IEMs. They've been very, very successful on the Yowie Flash Wolves way back when from this region, right? So definitely talent across the rift on both sides. And it's really up to those veterans that have been very far to prove themselves here, to be those leaders, the cut above, and to get the job done. But I don't think it's going to be easy for either side. Just, you have to look historically and think, well, PSG have looked infallible this split. It's very impossible to bet against them, whereas they've already, 3-0'd SoftBank. So we've seen kinks in the armor for that side.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, the player to watch out for here is going to be Forest. I think if he can make a name for himself in this series, essentially. Junji is by far the best jungler we've got in the PCS, whether you're talking about mechanics, macro, champion pool, just you name it. Carry junglers, tank junglers, he is just the best player, honestly, individually in the PCS, and that is going to be a tall order for Forest. But again, if he can do it, this is how superstars are made.
Yeah, you don't become a superstar from just beating random players, right? You've got to beat the people that are considered to be the best.
People you shouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's, it's possible. We've seen so much hope, so many good looks from Forest.
Yeah, mechanically he's incredibly gifted.
Right. But it's more than just that now. You are in crunch time. This is what it's all for. This is possibly the last PCS we have. There will be this becoming a minor league as we go into the APAC next split, but leaving your mark on this entire region, on so much history here, and being that last champion is so big for not only yourself as an individual, for your organization, but it's all going to be very, very shortly. We are now going to go to a break. When we're back, opening ceremony.
Can't see the sky. Never thought I'd say it. No one knows why. We don't have the answers. There are shadows in the darkness. There's something in the air tonight. Don't know if this is It's a final lie, no turning back. Erasing all the confusion, we can't pretend. No time for goodbyes, so look in my eyes. I hope that we can still be friends, but this is where the story ends. Oh. still be friends. But this is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. Hiding from the light, holding on the breath, marching through the rift, where the creatures hide, beating all the lies, only truth will last. Time's ticking away, we rule the prime, underneath the sky, counting on the tide, who's a veteran, seeking for the light, waiting for the sign, rifle calls the strike, and there's nothing to lose, we keep on the fight, the battle is a new day's long, nothing's gonna stop us from the action, once we stand, together we stand, now we rise, and we fight, for the glory and the pride, slowly death, we come alive, there's no turning back, now we take over the fight, together we rise, together we rise, over the fight, together we rise, together we rise. Legends be brave along the street, we parade on the day, we celebrate to the ground, we go and lay them all the honor that we claim, on the armor of joy, flowing through the mind, with all the memory, the end, and that's so new, we were down below, now we heal the throne, we raise so high, cause we on the sky, we raise so high, cause we on the sky, now we rise, and we fight, for the glory and the pride, someday death, we come alive, there's no turning back, now we take over the fight, together we rise, over the fight, together we rise, together we rise, fight, together we rise, together we rise, over the fight, together we rise, together we rise.
和平篮球馆，欢迎各位莅临和平篮球馆来迎接 PCS 2024最终决战。我是你们的主持人 Section， 今天我们要一起来迎接万众瞩目的顶峰对决。经历了数个月的激烈征战，两支最强的队伍已经脱颖而出，他们同时要在今天登上那属于荣耀的舞台。不论你认不认可，在这个时间点，他们都将代表 PCS 前往世界赛。当然，这并不是终点。接下来这个时间点，他们即将在和平篮球馆决选出最后的冠军，因为冠军只有一个，而最强的也只能有一个。现场所有的朋友们，用你们的声音告诉我，你们准备跟我一起迎接这场 PO5的序幕了吧？你们准备好跟我一起见证 PCS 这最终也是最后的王者了吗？如果你们已经准备好了，接下来就让你们的欢呼声来打响这最终的决战铃声吧！让我们进入选手登场。有请上路 PSG 阿志 ，SHG 上路 Amy。有请 PSG 把 中路 Danger。有请 PSG 下路 Betty，SHG 下路 Marvel。有请 PSG 辅助 Woody，SHG 辅助 Vista。让我们一起见证这场绝世对决，见证谁能在这场荣耀之战中问鼎巅峰，成为2024年 PCS 夏季赛的冠军。
我们队伍的情况的话，在上次的话其实不是100%的状态啊，但是在今天我们会把我们这一周准备好的在今天全部表现出来。
目標はやっぱりワールズではあるんですけど、やっぱり PSG ってこの PCS 地域のラスボスみたいなところがあるんで、その PSG をね倒してワールズ行けたら最高に気持ちでしょうね。
去年因为第一次打线下赛嘛，所以很紧张。去年的话没有看到啦啦队，然后今年的話我会锁定啦啦队的塔罗舞台。
実はラコって普通になんかハイアンのファンたちとかのみんなの前でプレイできるのがとても楽しみにしています。
我觉得 SHG 的话是一支依赖中野打出破口的队伍吧，尤其是他们的中路吧，因为他们中路从上一次的表现看来非常稳定嘛，然后实力也很强。我们只要看好他们的中野，我们就能很好的赢下来。
彼らの試合を見てても修正力っていうのが本当に高くて、なんか初日というかな、1回目で戦った時とやっぱ2回目で戦った時だともう全然2回目の方が強いし、その修正力っていうのがめちゃくちゃ強いなと思いますね。
我觉得 SHG 就是比较传统啦，就是玩得很正常，然后选的角色也不会到很怪，我们就正常发挥就能打赢他们。
PSG はなんか一つの問題なところがないので、僕らがなんかチームに勝ってるためには僕らもその PSG みたいにミスをしなくてなんか強くできないと勝てないと思っています。
我觉得 AB 选手的话就是偏团队型的选手嘛，因为在上次也可以看到他 counter pick 都是拿出偏团战型的角色，所以我会在对线期取得优势。
ヤジうまいっすよね。本当に攻撃的なチャンピオンをさせたらそれもそれでうまいし、防御的なチャンピオンをしてもうまいし、本当になんかオールラウンダーなプレイヤーだなって思うし、本当にチームとしてすごくハマってる選手だなと思いますね。
Abby， 你可以不用在比赛前删我好友了，因为你玩什么英雄我都不在乎。
前回はちょっとカリカリにやられちゃったけど、今度は僕が君を食べるよ。
我觉得 Forrester 是一个就玩得很正常的打野啦，然后优点就是就很少在失误吧，缺点就是可能有时候我们赢了1-2场，感觉他就会玩得很急。
라인 주도권을 잘 살리는 선수인 것 같아요.
Forrester， 我觉得你跟我蛮像的啦，但我觉得我的优势是刷野比你快，你的优势是你韩文讲比我好。
결승전에는 내가 너를 먹을게.
SHG 这个选手，我觉得他算是一个很稳定的选手吧，就是他常规角色都玩得还不错，然后对线也打得还不错，就团战也还可以，就是属于一个很稳定的选手。
レイブ選手はスプリングの時もいたんですけど、ライン戦もオネイもスナ戦もするし、なんか本当に上手い選手だと思っているので、またでも日々になって勝てるように頑張りたいと思います。
SHG 这个选手的话很稳定，但也只有稳定而
已。PSG はいつも勝ってるから、メイプルさんいつもカメラに笑ってるのだけ言えるんですけど、今回はちょっと絶望してる顔を見たいです。
我觉得 Marble 是一个非常愿意牺牲去帮助队友，然后在线上很能抗压的一个人。
やっぱり私が思うにベティ選手は PCS の一番上手なプレイヤーだと思うので思います。
Marble，希望你一样选马宝，好好在塔下抗压，让我去支援我的队友。
別にスモールターじゃなくてもレーンで勝てると思うんで僕応援します。
伊斯塔的话，我觉得他是一个很强的选手嘛，角色视野很深，然后操作也很好，所以对上他要特别注意。
なんか俺が久しぶりになんかちょっと上手いだと思うサポートだと思います。
嗨，伊斯塔，很高興認識你，我是 PCS 最強輔助ウディ。
こんにちは、これはベスタです。AJ の一番ソフトです。ちなみに AJ は PCS より上手いです。
我们在春季赢过一次，那夏季肯定也是会再赢你们一次，然后拿下夏季的冠軍。
PSGは本当に強いんですけど、結局オフラインで P5 まで来たら、その PSG でもなんか勝てない考えはないので、その雰囲気に乗って勝ちたいと思います。
你们已经做得很好了，被我们3-0，不要太难过，世界赛再好好加油就好。
俺たちのことを簡単に勝てるチームだと思ってるんじゃない？その勘違いを正してあげるよ。
SHG 上次我们3-0你们嘛，希望这次你们能让我们清醒一点。PCS 大于 LJ 哦，句号。
我觉得世界赛对每个选手都有非常重大的意义，它可以建立你一年的辛苦跟成果，然后可以打出属于你自己的风采吧，你留下自己的痕迹的感觉。
そうですね。日本のプレイヤーたちにも、なんか本当に希望になれるんじゃないかなと思いますね。俺たちのやっぱり LGL がここまで強いんだ。みんなのやっぱ自信にもなるし、めっちゃ嬉しいでしょうね。
世界赛其实就是一整年证明自己的一个大舞台吧。今年真的是我最后一次了，所以想要不留遗憾，在世界赛证明自己。
And we are back. What an epic intro show it was indeed, and really set the tone of what is at stake tonight. This is, of course, the end of the PCS as we know it, and what two fantastic teams we have. What fantastic show has been put on, and I cannot wait to get into the action. Some fine words there. I think my favorite was Junjia saying his strength is clearing camps faster, and Forrest is that he speaks fluent Korean. I think that was my favorite one. Do you have a personal favorite?
That was about the worst of the trash talk. The rest of the time, it was very respectful, and I think pretty much all the players recognizing just how much this means. Yeah, the world spot isn't on the line, so it is a little bit lower stakes, but for especially the LJL teams and the PCS teams too, you want to represent your region. We're going to be combining these regions next year. You want to put a stamp on this new APAC region, say we are the best from this region.
Absolutely, and I think we've got a lot of names on the stage that are really capable of and fighting to cement themselves as just that. You heard it there. I mean, Maple, he confirmed himself this really is his last year. He's not going to want to go down here, and I don't believe he will be. I mean, I'm so exciting, but you've got your work cut out for you if you are a fan or a member of SoftBank, and it's going to be PSG with side selection, and likelihood of them winning on the blue side is quite high.
Yep, they've gone for the blue side. As you expect, Vi taken away from Forest. This is the way PSG tend to approach draft. They see you perform on a champion, and they don't let you have it. They let you have the maybe more meta, more conventional picks, perform on those first, and prove that they need to be banned against you. Maokai is less of a Forest champ, though, and more of a meta ban. Junjia not going to get his hands on the Zyro, so not going to be breaking any records again this series.
Yeah, absolutely not. A couple more bans to come through. So far, a lot of focus on those jungle positions. I mean, Lilia stands out to me, especially for PSG, as a real power pick that's open. I wouldn't be too surprised to see it banned. Or actually, maybe SoftBank want to leave it open, considering that Rumble is also open right now.
Yeah, you could leave the Rumble, the Lilia, and the MF open. I think with this draft, you may just want to take Kennen if you're PSG.
So they're threatening, once again, I believe, most likely the Galio. But RJ, I mean, he might just pick the Kennen. He's already played Kennen into the Nasus once before, and he had a good time for himself. personally on that pick.
Yeah, there is the Nasus counter pick. We haven't actually seen Evie play the counter, though, so maybe this is PSG saying it's a best of 5. No, he'll go for the Rumble, so Evie just can go Kennen here, and he did really well on the Kennen into Jiang's Rumble. So I expect something like a Misfortune locked in here. I'd be surprised to not see that taken immediately. And then maybe your pick of jungle here. Grand kind of sticks out to me as a strong jungler, but maybe just a Sejuani. That's a bit of a switch up for Forest.
Yeah, hasn't played a game of it yet in the PCS playoffs, but I mean, every jungle worth his weight in gold should be able to pick the Sejuani.
Yeah, and assuming that you'd love to pair this MF with something like a Rel, something like an Alistar. With the Sejuani already locked in, Poppy is gaining a lot of priority in this draft, and
yeah, Junji's going to be able to play an AD champ here. Actually just goes for the Skarner.
Okay.
Maybe a Corki for
Skarner
Maple,
Corki,
okay. So what's Dasher going to pick here? I mean, he was playing a bit of Zeri into it. Might eventually just see...
Yeah, I like the Kennen here because Kennen is a very good matchup into the Rumble. It will definitely be banned away if you don't take it here. And I think it's okay to drop Dasher's champion just because there are so many good picks into the Corki. You've got the Smolder, you've got the Zeri. We've seen things like Draven internationally.
I feel like because of the Skarner, though, you have to go a DPS AD carry because simply put, Kennen alongside Misfortune is not the damage to kill it.
Yeah, they can't kill him. I mean, the Kennen may go Leandri's. Evie was doing that even into the
but even
Rumble.
that doesn't kill it.
Yeah.
That's just gives you a bit more prio in the lane.
Smolder taken away.
Yeah, Smolder taken away. I believe Zeri probably should be the next one. And then it makes it very difficult for you to find an appropriate AD carry to take down the Skarner.
I think SoftBank should just ban Poppy here and lock the Rel on 4th pick.
Yeah?
The Rel looks ridiculous in this composition to me.
Yeah, especially with the Alistar already banned. Poppy being banned as well would open that up for sure. But then you do open yourself up to the possibility of something like a lane heavy. You know, the Ashe is still available. It could be Ashe Renata, and you won't feel very good on the Rel Misfortune at that stage.
They go for the Ziggs ban instead. Now, Zeri, Smolder are the 2 picks that came to mind first alongside the Lucian. Dasher might just be stuck playing AP here, or he could go for something like the Tristana.
No, he can't pick AP. He simply put, he cannot pick it. Otherwise, they're just never going to kill the Skarner.
Yeah, I think something like a Tristana makes sense here.
Yeah, Tristana, if he plays it, we haven't really seen anyone except for Maple and Gory succeed on that pick. I think the Lucian would make the most sense. Ultimately.
Yeah, there's the Rel they've given.
Lucian's banned. Oh,
yeah,
just Tristana.
Yeah, actually just Trist. In terms of conventional matchups, the Rel is taken here, and Woody has the opportunity to go for a Poppy. Something like Poppy Ashe could be nightmarish for this bot lane of SoftBank.
Yeah, Woody could, but he could also just go the Renata, which is also nightmarish for that bot lane.
Yeah, very true.
And we've seen Woody is far and beyond the best performances on that Renata we've seen. He might even just be the only one. Oh, no, I think we saw Orca on it, but in any case, Woody, fantastic at the Renata. We've seen them play the Ashe Renata, and it looks ridiculous.
Yep, there is also just the Braum if you want to take that, and it really makes MF pretty depressed playing against that champion.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see the Braum. If you've got the Ashe, you may as well go for lane priority. If you pick the Braum here, you won't have it almost entirely just because of how quickly Misfortune mows down those minion waves, but isn't going to be able to walk up as successfully when pretty much Raul is just removed from the picture when you pick up this Renata, and it will be. So what is this final pick coming through? It's going to be Dasher in the mid lane. Maybe the Yone. It's a champ that we forgot, actually.
Yeah, Yone Sejuani. How could we forget? That's a very strong combo. And I'm not sure if we've seen Dasher play it, honestly. He plays the range champ.
All right, he locks in the Trist.
That is less surprising to me. Seems more up Dasher's alley to play something like the Tristana.
Also, the Yone, while if left 1v1 against the Skarner, will take it out, but in team fights, you're probably never hitting the Skarner, right? You're trying to get to that backline with that ultimate and try and take down Betty, try and take down Arja and Maple, but it is going to go for the Tristana, so a lot of side lane pressure. It has a pretty decent matchup into the Corki, although not necessarily winning.
Yeah, overall, I can't really pick a draft between these two teams.
Nah, neither.
I think I maybe even like SoftBank's draft, assuming they can survive in the spot lane. Rel seems like she's going to struggle to find engages against this Renata, especially with the Ashe slowing her down too.
Yeah, I mean, for that reason, I prefer PSGs. They have 2 pushing lanes, generally. The Corki nowadays tends to be pushing into the Tristana. Bot lane, of course, is going to be pushing, which just gives Junja so much time to do whatever he wants. And ultimately, when we see PSG at their most successful, that's when Junja can just walk around the map and choose where he wants to attack, be it camps, be it lanes, be it whatever it may be. that is when they thrive, and I think they've drafted themselves to be able to do that. Even the top lane, well, it does suck a little bit for the Rumble early on. RG's going to be able to come, pair with his team, drop an equalizer, and feel really good about himself.
Yeah, and I wonder how Forest is going to approach this game, because Junjia, to me, it seems pretty obvious that he will path from top lane to bot lane, whereas Forest either has to choose between protecting his bot lane or assuming they'll be okay and playing for dives onto this Rumble, who will be shoved in by the cannon. We've seen Evie perform very well in this matchup. And maybe that is an opportunity to snowball the game. They're very immobile on the side of PSG. Only really the Corki, Maple on the Corki, can get away.
And we do now load in to game number 1. It's the final grand finals of the PCS as we know it. The two biggest names of both regions in the current state of League of Legends here. It is PSG Talon on the blue side taking on the SoftBank Hawks on the red side. This is for all the marbles, and get your name etched in that history book.
Yeah, the players have to be just a little bit nervous. They're veterans across the board, champions in their leagues as well. So won't be too nervous playing in front of a live audience. So much experience on these two rosters. But still, it's game 1 at the end of the day. We'll see who comes out swinging first.
Yeah, so far, Junja leading that damage chart. Managed to find a Q there onto Dasher. Won't be too impactful for the lane, but
nothing too surprising in terms of the runes. Dasher has the option to go press the attack on Tristana.
Yeah, but you don't against Corki. The movement speed from Fleet Footwork is just too important.
Yeah, you can dodge these Corki Qs as Dasher's already eaten one.
Now, I'm interested to see how RJ fares in this matchup, because we saw Yijang struggling.
Yeah.
But RJ is just, you'd have to say, a caliber above. While Yijang, very impressive at times, the consistency of Arja is just unparalleled here in the PCS.
Yeah, so far, Evie putting the moves on him, though. I'm surprised he went for Electrocute over the Airy. Would be a much stronger laning rune.
Yeah, he went for the Electrocute last time as well. So...
yeah, has just been preferring it. Woody and Betty, as you expect, playing very far up with the double range, level 1. And I wonder if Junjia is going to path bot to top, or if he's going to do these bot camps and then invade. This Sejuani, he's going to be clearing a little bit faster.
Yeah, I think Skarner probably doesn't win the 1v1, so...
yeah, but he'll have teammates with him.
Yeah, he will have his bot with priority, but sometimes in bot lane it's a little different, where if you just forego your farm as SoftBank, you get there first, and it pays off pretty well. And
no, he's just going to pass top.
Yeah, that makes much more sense, I think, because you do just lose that trade, and ultimately MF and Rel can get there very fast. The skirmish is a lot stronger when you have a champ like Rel in comparison to having a Renata in general. The strength of the Renata does come through that laning.
Betty missed a cannon there, but Marble's been kept to 1 CS so far. We'll be able to catch most of this under tower. No trouble on the MF last hitting here.
The rest of the 19 is, well, 18 I guess is currently at his tower. Not all 18, of course, but
yeah, honestly, Betty missed a lot of CS.
Yeah.
So maybe those not nerves, but maybe a little rust to shake off for Betty.
It is hard to last hit his Ashe early on, especially when your lane is slow pushing.
Yeah.
Because...
massive wave, right?
Yeah. They just go down so fast, and if they go down the wrong time, depending on your minion targeting it, can just make it literally impossible to get.
Yeah, I'm so curious what Junjia has planned for this early game. It might just be a full clear into a recall, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw Kasa do. That's what we saw Junjia do on the Skarner earlier on in the split, because if you remember, he was
Boris, this is so creative, though.
But yeah,
they have no idea.
He has to wait a long time. The Arctic Assault, you see it there on the bottom left. 10 more seconds until that's up, but he will be able to pull the trigger immediately. He's coming around, he's getting ready, and I think PSG are wise to it. They are able to land that handshake. Betty, though, he is in trouble, but going to be able to get away. Woody now, the one being targeted. Arctic Assault lands, flash away from Woody, though, when he gets away. Now Vista's in trouble. This is an Ashe, remember. Ashe is so powerful in these moments, but they're not going to be able to pull the trigger. Forest will eventually get that Arctic Assaults back up and would make this very detrimental for PSG's bot lane. Now, they do lose out on Woody's flash.
Oh, they are going to dive in the top lane.
But yeah, this is the trade. Junja, he's so good at finding these moments, and I told you about PSG Arja's first blood participation percentage. It might be increasing by 1 as he overheats. He's going to auto attack down as the first blood for PSG.
Yeah, I cannot believe it. I did not see the dive angle at all. Evie is going to be able to TP back to this lane and get most of the wave. Meanwhile, in the bot side, they've only really managed to just trade flashes on supports. That does favor SoftBank. Woody is going to be missing his flash on Renata a lot more than Vista will be. But I just can't believe they've made this work. They wait so long before they even go.
Yeah, wait till he uses his movement ability and then pull the trigger at that point.
Yeah, and Evi's trying to kite the Skarner, but it's Aja who's causing problems for him as he overheats and just takes him down. It is Junjia's flash down, but he trades it for Evi's too.
Yeah, first blood, PSG, they strike first here, and it is off the back of what we've seen them do so well. Just have their bot lane 2v3 survive and then gank top, and it works out so often, and here we see it work out again.
Yeah, it works out incredibly often. As you said at the top of the show, Aja, with the 3rd highest first blood percentage in the league, is kind of incredible for a top laner. You see why. Woody
Marble gets exhausted, and Woody, he has no flash. Flash forward now from Marble, with looking for a trade. He does have that reset if they can get it. No, they cannot, and Vista will get that kill down on PSG's bot lane. 1-1 is the scoreline. The bot lane strikes first.
Yeah, this could be trouble for PSG's bot lane. Woody down, has his flash down for just a couple of waves, and already the SoftBank bot lane, who maybe we were underestimating, are able to capitalize. PSG desperately trying to crash this wave, but Vista gets the better of Woody here. He times his Q, as you see in the bottom right, just as Woody shields himself. Lands the stun. Junjia walking into Forest, though.
Yeah, he's going to be able to stay on him against that wall, but Woody's here first. Woody's going to be able to answer, and that's a lot of damage coming down Forest. Arctic Assault forward, he does have flash, but Maple's going to Valkyrie in. Forest getting so low, and down comes the Equalizer. Archer's already level 6, and Maple is going to be able to help there. Archer picks up the kill. Here comes the reset. Can they get it? No, they cannot, but they do win the trade 2-1.
Yeah, really nice ultimate by Dasher there to slow down their kill. If Maple gets a kill there, he resets with the Renata, and then maybe it's a disaster. At the end of the day, I believe it was a... 2 for 1. 2 for 1?
2 for 1. Archer now 3-0 up in this top lane.
Yeah, ridiculous.
I mean, take a look. He gets it with the burn of the Equalizer for that first kill, but so close to getting that reset.
Yeah, and Maple plays so aggressively here. He knows he's got the Renata behind him. Force dashes forward to make sure he gets his damage onto Junjia, but that may not have been worthwhile. Perfect Equalizer from Aja on the Rumble. Eventually does pick him up a kill. As if Evie goes down there, it could have been a complete disaster for SoftBank.
Yeah, nice buster shot from Dasher saving that play.
Yeah. And he picks up a kill as his reward for that play. Maple only getting the assists, but relatively equal in terms of mid lane gold. And
top lane is a disaster, though.
Yeah. I don't expect the cannon to really be going down at all to the Rumble still, but when the Skarner shows up, Evie has no ulti, no flash. He's just dead.
Yeah, Junja has ult. They're going to wait again. In comes the ult. Yeah, it's just as simple as that. An overheat for RJ. Auto attacking, but he's going to get stunned up. Evie's play! Evie's got the shutdown!
Evie's timed his E on the cannon just as he gets ulted by Junjia. Can he chase Junjia here? No, Junjia can slide on through this wall and there's no one around. Evie on the weak side trades a kill back. And that just looked like a free kill again. Forest now has an opportunity.
Yeah, level 6
not
for
the
Betty.
easiest.
No level 6 for Woody, though. The hostile takeover not going to be there. Nice cleanse. Fantastic, but he misses the ults afterwards. Teleport coming in. This is going to be... Oh, I guess Archer showing up.
And this is the form we needed SoftBank to be in. How quickly they just turned around. The moment he uses his cleanse on Betty, they see the TP like they all share one brain. SoftBank just turn around and get out of there. Junjia is spotted on vision.
Oh, he's not
spotted on vision. Very sneaky on the Skarner. So Evie doesn't even know this is happening to him, can probably suspect that it is, especially at this point, but he pushes the E here as he gets ulted by the Skarner. That runs through Aja, who ends up having an extra stun charge of the cannon passive on himself, gets stunned under the tower, and it's not even close to a kill.
Yeah, it gets minion blocked as well, keeps him under there just a little bit longer, otherwise maybe he was able to get that reset with his shield, but, I mean, sorry, not reset, but survive with his shield. Wasn't able to do so now. We've got RJ in the mid lane coming up from that bottom lane, Maple going to the top lane. So he did teleport bot, did RJ, but he didn't ultimately lose anything from it, really. Just swapping where Maple was. And now we got the bot lane pathing out to the top side here.
I'm not sure what this says about PSG's plans for this dragon. Well, I'm sure what this says. They are not interested in the dragon. They want to go for the Void Grubs on PSG. Already have 3, actually. I didn't notice them pick that up. No, they've already killed the Void Grubs, so I'm surprised they've rotated bot lane up here.
Yeah.
It is still a minute and a half on the Void Grubs. If you're SoftBank here, you can easily go for the dragon and then rotate.
Yeah, they're going to try and
they missed
do
the
something
ward in the
sneaky,
river.
but yeah, unfortunately that sweeper won't be catching the ward in the river, and they have now 4 people in this top side jungle of Junja, but he should be okay to give it, I would have thought. It looks like he's actually trying to find a fight. Now hostile takeover is available.
They've just abandoned the bot lane, though.
Junji comes in, the blue's taken away. What's he able to do though? Actually dodges out of the stun, and oh my lord, that Arctic Assault saving Forrest's life. He is able to get out.
Yeah, Forrest looking sharp this series, landing his ultis, getting out of dodge there against the Skarner ulti. Junji is going to be pretty weak if they were planning to fight this dragon or these Void Grubs. Should be back up for the Void Grubs, honestly, the Skarner ulti, but in the meantime, Aja picked up an extra plate in the bot lane and a bunch of farm. They kind of abandoned the bot lane for very little on the side of SoftBank, just a blue buff. Now, Evie could be quite threatening onto Betty here. Evie has flash to match Betty's flash, and Betty has no cleanse. He will be aware of this on the cannon. They don't know that Renata's not here, importantly. Evie thinks he's weak side right now.
Yeah, but should be pretty wise the fact he's not now, but there is a ward there. Betty's going to be able to get away. Just walk on back, and he will do so, respecting the threat that he's under. Junja up on his top side, but Woody, importantly, pathing out to the mid lane. It's going to be a fight over these Void Grubs. Neither team interested in the Dragon as of yet. 10 minutes in, nearly 11 in fact.
Yeah, these are kind of interesting lane assignments for PSG. I think they really do just care about these Void Grubs, and SoftBank are going to indulge them. Aja's going to be here to the Void Grub fight much sooner than Marble is. 3 members of SoftBank actually walking out, and I'm thinking they probably wish they picked up a Dragon. While these Void Grubs were being set up, PSG made their intentions very clear, and SoftBank were just not ready to contest these in time.
Yeah, now, there is still Smite available for Junja if he wants to try and contest this last Void Grub, but
I think
importantly,
5 will do.
Ult very close to being up, and I think, yeah, they're fine with that. Now they can go take the Dragon and kind of get everything they wanted.
Yeah, and SoftBank, I don't think we're in a horrible spot to fight at any point, but have opted not to, and now they will match bot lanes up and top. So Dasher's found himself with a pretty reasonable HP and mana lead. Maple does have TP if he needs to use it, though.
Yeah, and ultimately Dasher now has his Blade of the Ruined King finish, as, you know, the classic Corki having to stop off for a tier does hinder his first item, as well as just Triforce costs more than a Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, Evie been just relentlessly targeted. Good vision for him in the bot side, though. I think he's set that all up for himself, as I don't think anyone else has been down here on the side of SoftBank.
I like what Junja's done as well, not going for the grasp on the Skarner.
Yeah,
every other jungler we saw went for grasp, and it feels like you're not actually proccing it that often. It's better just have that additional resource and those armor and magic resist stats you get in those team fights.
Yeah, grasp and Heartsteel probably feels incredible in solo queue, but then once you try it on stage, even in scrims it would feel fantastic, but then once you try it on stage, you realize just how much less you are fighting in these high pressure games.
Yeah. Now, bit of a lull period, and wouldn't be too surprised to see this carry on. I mean, the Dragon is still available, and neither team feels awfully concerned with it.
Yeah,
I think ultimately this benefits PSG, being that they're the team with this Corki, kind of one of the hardest scaling champs. Obviously, Misfortune, one good fight, it's over.
Yeah,
and he does have the setup.
Corki almost certainly the hardest scaling champ in this game. Barring maybe Renata just being
true,
a ridiculous champion, if you can get the right kind of fights for her. And Woody has been a monster in the late games on this Renata. Usually has something like a Callista to enable him. But they've gone for the Ashe this time around and not really reaped the benefits of these Ashe arrows.
Forrest getting aggressive here onto Junja. Importantly, Maple now has finished up his Triforce, so is spiking a little bit here on the Corki, but the same can be said for Marble as well as Dasher.
Yeah, doing a good job of clearing these wards, but look at that one ward by the PSG red buff. Evie is eyeing that up if they ever do touch this Dragon. Betty and Maple can expect a cannon behind them very quickly.
Looking at Junja, there's a lot of CC, but he's still alive. The Aftershock doing wonders here to keep him up, and he stuns up Forrest. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow across the map. Maple gets one, and will come Evie, but he's exhausted. Fantastic exhaust timing there from Woody. Right place, right time. All things said and done, it's a 1-for-1. It's Junja and Vista going down.
Yeah, it's incredible that Woody holds on to his... Oh my goodness, Evie almost got one shot.
Yeah, Evie nearly getting taken out by Maple here. They're going to be able to clear out this minion wave. And
Betty, first tower.
Betty gets that across the map. Snipe with his Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Gets a tower. First blood for Betty in terms of those structures. And Archer's going to get one on top. And this is just what PSG do so well. They just win across the map off almost nothing.
Yeah, and the mid-fight, call it even if you like, but they were pushing both side lanes. Less numbers here than SoftBank had. And honestly, the saving grace was Woody just holding on to his exhaust. in a situation that honestly did not make sense to. He lets Junjia go down, but then once this cannon arrives, you understand exactly why he's held onto his exhaust. Lands a two-man stun there on the Renata, and then this exhaust saves Woody's life and prevents this from being a bigger win for SoftBank. They get some more kills there. They can trade a mid-tier 1, maybe pick up a Dragon and a Rift Herald, and it doesn't feel as bad losing these side lane towers, but as it stands, massive advantage PSG.
Yeah, certainly is, and that is the tower going down up on the top side, the bot lane as well, and PSG, they've grown out this lead now to 2k gold. No dragons yet taken, not going to be a win condition in this game, but in terms of gold, in terms of power, it's PSG leading the charge. Flash forward, Vista, he finds it onto Junja. Junja hasn't procced the Aftershock just yet, but if he can, he'll get a lot of resistances, but he's not going to get the chance to. And down will go Junjia. Rift Herald, sure to follow.
Yeah, and Marble is the perfect champion to get this kill, I think. His MF is set up so well by the Sejuani, the Kennen, and the Rel in this game, so 2-0 now. Marble has a lot of weight on his shoulders this game. And he's been able to do it on the MF. When given this champion, he's just looked like a monster. Usually without setup too, so he's got the setup for himself in this game. Let's see what he can do. Betty, pretty quiet game for him so far. Gets slowed up, but Forrest without the ulti. Doesn't have ulti on the Sejuani. Could take Betty's cleanse there if he wanted to.
Yeah, just gonna start up and gobble up this Grom for himself, and I think Junja needs to calm it down a little bit. Getting very ahead and not necessarily playing in the right position, right? He just gets caught out, no one able to get there to help. Now he's starting up this Dragon. Arj is going to be here. This is a much better decision. Forrest, you see him on the top side. There's a ward there to spot him out, and Maple just has to be careful. But play safe near his tower, and he should be fine. Although Vista is on the way.
Yeah, they're pinging on their way to the top lane. Maple has to be very careful here.
But Woody is soul reading this play. Now, Vista doesn't have flash anymore. He used it to catch out Junja in the past, and while Hex Flash is great, it doesn't offer you that same ability to just pull the trigger as you do get from the regular flash. Rift Herald, though, should confirm that they do get this mid tower, massive for their ability to control vision and control the state of the map.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't pull the trigger on the top lane play as well, but they're gonna let Maple off with a warning and pick up the first tower. And often for SoftBank, it really is the mid tower that is the first tower they take somehow. They're not a strong lane phase team, but honestly, they've made it through this first 15 minutes okay. To only be down 1.5, PSG are the better early game team. They play for 5 winning lanes. Junjia actually ganking the only lane that wouldn't get prio in this match, and getting Aja massively ahead.
I mean, in saying that, right, both of them were just tower dives, and Aja was clearly the one with prio in that lane. So I'm not sure what he did differently to Yi Jung, but certainly doing better in that matchup.
Now Forrest has to be careful himself here. Junjia's been caught a couple times on these tanks. Forrest might be in the same boat.
They know, but Junjia's not going to make it. The Arctic Assault does create enough distance there for Forrest. Is able to pick up that camp as well. Now Maple might be in trouble here. He does have flash. No, he doesn't actually, but still the damage isn't there, and Dasher very low. Junja trying to capitalize off that low health bar.
Yeah, as things stand, this should favor Dasher if he can get some honey fruit in the river or hit a camp, hit some minions and heal up a bit. Maple does have his TP up soon though. So ultimately it's just a failed play from SoftBank. Forrest not able to get on top of Maple. Marble not feeling confident to walk up in the mid lane right now. Unaware of where PSG are.
-1.
Betty.
Yeah.
Cannon.
Yeah, another one.
The second cannon we've seen him miss.
It's fine. He's still got a lot of money. He's farmed a lot. He's up 20 CS in his individual role.
Yeah, 2 items completed.
And PSG, while not much action's happened recently, Junja gets that buff, and he's going to get that Aftershock proc. He's going to get locked up, though. Magnet Storm comes out, but it's only going to land on Junjia. Fantastic Enchanted Crystal Arrow will connect onto Marble. He's going to have to cleanse away from that hostile takeover. Look at Betty. Look at Betty. In comes the bullet time. It's not going to matter. Archer on the bottom side also going to get killers. Heavy flashes forward. He's looking for the reset. Betty. Oh, and Heavy times it fantastically. There's no option for the reset. It's a perfect time shuriken, but it's still PSG coming out 4th for 1. Massive win.
Yeah, out of nowhere, the game just falls apart. It looked like Junjia getting caught once again in the river, but this time PSG react.
Oh, and, no.
Dasher has to be careful here.
Dasher. Oh, no, Dasher. What is this teleport? He's lost his damn mind.
Oh, no. Dasher not able to buffer anything or get out of there on the Tristana. Usually you're safe there, loses his flash and his teleport, and the game is just falling apart for SoftBank now. They need to calm down now, and honestly, in this play, it looks good onto Junjie initially. I'm not sure what Marble flashes here. I think he flashes the Skarner ulti, right? So he's down his flash now, and Betty recognizes that and just runs straight at this Misfortune. He has nowhere to run. If he runs to the right, he's along this Rumble ulti, and otherwise he's just got Betty chasing him down. They commit so much to take out Betty, including the Kennen, TP, flash, and ultimate, just for that one kill.
Oh, and damage dealt. It's Maple coming up trumps, but Arja now sits 5-1 and doing a lot for himself on this Rumble.
Again, honestly, Junjie doing a surprising amount of damage considering he's the one getting caught out at the start of that fight.
Seeing the power of that Aftershock, though.
Yeah.
Just if he gets it off, then he survives. You know, we saw him get caught on the top side river where he wasn't able to proc that Aftershock and just gets eliminated. It's a massive difference in the amount of tanking you can do during the duration of that Aftershock versus when you don't have it.
Yeah, Betty just willing to commit his flash to auto-attack this Misfortune was very impressive. Recognition of the state of that team fight and that no one from SoftBank could actually react to him playing up through the jungle like that. Now, PSG seem to have set their sights on the Baron for now, at least the vision around it.
And yeah, if they get to hit it, they do melt it, but it's not the easiest to hit.
Yeah.
Even though they are very far ahead, getting stuck in the river against Sejuani, Kennen, you know, Misfortune Rel is a recipe for disaster. But looking at that gold Arja, he gets counterpicked and he just runs away with the game so far.
Yeah, every carry on PSG ahead of their counterpart, and even the enablers in the Skarner and the Renata ahead of their counterparts too. So it's just PSG across the board, very far ahead. And in terms of items completed, they're hitting big spikes now, especially on the Corki. Zonya's finished for Aja 2-5, 1-1 on the Rumble. And yeah, Aja, if there's a player we're going to say in the PCS might be better than Junjie, could be Aja. It's hard to separate the two, though, because of how well they play together. Here they are taking a dragon.
Yeah, second time that they've done the dragon has been these two both times. And yeah, as you said, I mean, when I said that stat about Aja's first blood percentage, one of the two people higher than him is Junjie. So it is just these two really playing together so well. And we see it time and time again. Forrest walks back into it. He might just be able to get away. I mean, he turns around, uses the old nice handshake from Wood. He's going to lock him up and he's taken out.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Forrest. Maybe didn't see the Ash arrow coming, was wiggling his character a little bit, and PSG are going to take this as their cue to hit the Baron. No smite on the enemy team. It's a lot on Evi's shoulders to stop this.
Now there's a lot of AoE. If Aja can get there, he can try and split it up and not allow that AoE to come across.
They have to go before Aja gets here.
Woody's trying to stop it. Woody has the hostile takeover. There's a lot of zone control. Junja's turning though. Junja's finding his way in. Vista going to use that crash down the opposite direction. Here comes the equalizer. Here comes Evie. Here comes the lockdown. And here comes the bullet time, but none of it matters. It's PSG. They will run over the team fight as Aja claims two more.
Yeah, and the Zonyas from Aja there denies the fourth shot on the Tristana bomb and denies the reset for Dasher. Otherwise, he can get out there and maybe run PSG around in circles. As it stands, though, it looks like the Baron just goes to PSG. Not a lot Vista or Marvel can say about this without the MF ulti available.
Yeah, and for anyone that may not have caught the majority of PSG's games, get ready because they are the best team in our league at utilizing Baron buff.
Yeah, usually not long left on the game. Betty is hiding in the fog here, kind of hides his arrow along these minions, and his teammate's character model completely catches Forrest off guard. And once he goes down, PSG know what to do. They run straight at the Baron. Here, Dasher is in a really good spot in this fight. Honestly, so is Evie. The hostile takeover is not good at all. From Woody, it doesn't do nearly enough, but Dasher throws his bomb onto the Rumble and isn't able to actually get the fourth auto to reset it and has no jump now. It's just dead meat.
7-1 is Aja currently on this Rumble. It's been Junjie the past three playoffs, the past three grand finals in a row, picking up that finals MVP. But here in game number one, Aja is making a statement for himself, showing so much growth throughout the 2 years that he's been a part of this org and looking amazing here, at least for game number one. Junjie Has to be careful. We've seen him caught out before, Arctic Assault, but there is no follow-up at the moment. He does get turned around on, though, but look at this equalizer. It splits up the team fight entirely. Vista's gone forward, but no one's following up. Evie's in the back line, but Evie, he gets slowed up. Benny flashes away, and now Evie's going to be taken out. Who else is going to go down alongside him, though? He does go golden. And Maple, he's gone way too aggressive, and he's just taken out. But look at those health bars. Another one goes down. Junja snipes it away. It's a 1 for 2. Ultimately, PSG coming out trumps.
Yeah, Maple has to just send it in there, but he does ultimately get what his team needs done. He chunks out SoftBank, they take out a couple members, and now they can take these towers. They're not going to go for the inhib and decide to play a little slower. Dasher recognizes that and TP straight top. Nice TP from Evie. They see it coming, though, on PSG and are able to split up. Vista and Marble don't have their cooldowns, though. Look how split PSG end up. Petty is so out of position alongside Maple. They're ahead of their carries, but they don't have the cooldowns on SoftBank to punish this. Maple just calculated, sends it in. It's enough to get this tower and the next for his team.
Now 2 towers taken down. Now there is a minute left on this Baron. Can they get something more? I mean, traditionally, you'd have to suspect yes. But Arja has to be careful here. I mean, he's got a 450 gold shutdown, and he is, well, very strong. Not going to be able to tank up that much with just the Zhonyas.
Yeah, Ken stole with the Zhonyas, though, and his team is already very close to him. Here's an arrow.
Yeah, Junja, though, he finds Forest, and he's bringing him back to his teammate. Flashes away, is trying to get out, and Dash is going to commit that buster shot to help him. Eventually does get him out, but the equalizer's burning, and oh my lord, somehow they still managed to find the Sejuani, take him out.
He's just so strong on the Rumble. 3 items completed already. Usually you don't have enough damage to kill a Sejuani who's even that low, but yeah, Aja's just mega fed.
This is the last wave of Baron. It's about to go down. Flash forward from Vista. It's only the Hex Flash. It's not going to matter. But if he gets caught with the handshake, the hostile takeover, and down will go that Kennen yet again. The Baron's now gone, but PSG, they're still going aggressive. Maple's going to be able to get that mid tower by the looks of things, and this top lane tower as well. Certainly not going to be long for this world. This could be 3 inhibs even to follow.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for all 3 inhibs. I don't think they can quite go for the end yet. They don't have the Baron buff or anything.
All right, because you said that, I know every time that Low says that, the game is about to end.
They're thinking about it.
Yeah, I think they are eyeing it up. I mean, we don't have equalizer. It's going to be very hard. Bullet time as well to clear out those minion waves if they so choose. But the handshake again! Forrest is just caught out once more, and down goes that Sejuani. Kennen coming up soon. Vista sends it, trying to find the damage. The bullet time, a lot of damage, but Archer does survive. No teleport though, so if he wants to stay, this is the health he's got to work with.
Yeah, it's looking like maybe SoftBank can hold on still. PSG can get out of here and do the dragon.
Oh my god! What he just again? How is he finding the angle? And Archer is just turning into the Taiwanese sniper here. Maple goes, he sends it, he's going to get the reset. Junja comes in, Maple does go down, but Marble actually surviving. Ultimately, though, it is now a 1v4. Nexus Tower number 1 goes down. Nexus Tower number 2 to follow. The respawn from Vista, but 4 members of PSG. And game number 1 should be marked in red. It should be marked for PSG Talon.
Yeah, and honestly, Marble does what he can. He had to step up in that game, and he had a good game for himself, but at the end of the day, Betty found him in one of those team fights and shut him down from a strong position on the MF, and once that fight happened in the river, the game was almost immediately over afterwards. PSG just started running away with the game.
Yeah. I mean, it is just classic PSG, right? One good play and the game kind of feels over, and it all stemmed, I think, actually, from that top dive. They ended up failing a second one, but just getting Arja so far ahead on what was supposed to be a counter pick, right? Like, he was supposed to have been counter picked that game, and it did not feel like it at any stage. So
yeah, and the other lanes just naturally had prio because of the matchups they were in. So once Arja's winning that lane, once he's 3-0 to start that game on the Rumble, it becomes really difficult to play because you don't have a strong side of the map to play around on Forest. Honestly, he performed pretty admirably considering, and I think there was a sequence in that game where SoftBank were just kind of matching PSG rather than trying to trade across the map, which is just what you have to do when you're behind against a team like PSG. Yeah, the Tristana can just spend time in the side lanes. Even against a really fed Rumble, Tristana should be okay in those side lanes. You saw several times they just completely sack the sides, let PSG push in. PSG's not the type of team that's going to hard commit to a 3v5 mid because you've sent 5 people mid. They're not going to oblige you.
Yeah.
They're just going to back off, get away with as many people as they can. They even trade evenly in the fight mid lane and push 2 side lane turrets at the same time. I don't think you can give this team that many Void Grubs.
No, they're insanely good at finding how much they can get, like from just one kill apiece, right? But you've committed people to mid, so they're just taking every side lane tower. And that is traditionally what you see the team of Tristana doing.
Yeah.
So it's very weird that we don't see that this game. It's actually Maple on the Corki finding much more on the side lane. And we say that all the time about Maple. He's just very good at doing that. But you've got a Tristana. Tristana should be able to find play around those side lanes and around those towers. But unfortunately, this game, Dasher not able to do so. Leads PSG for game number 1.
Yeah, a few kind of cascading mistakes from SoftBank 2 made that game a lot quicker than it should have been, but the scaling probably just did go PSG's way anyway. Once they started getting more dragons than their counterparts and had the lead they did. Now, SoftBank will have the opportunity to take the blue side this time around. And we'll see how they manage. It looks like they're going over the VODs. Everyone is cool, calm, and collected.
Straight in there. Corgi would have been unhappy with their performance.
Yeah, probably.
He always has something to say, that guy. But,
Yeah, I
mean,
can't believe he has this much to say. Look at him.
Yeah.
Look at him yapping away. Meanwhile, we're a little bit speechless in the SoftBank. I'm reading into the cameras a little too much, but...
Well, I mean, you can get the vibe checks going. I think that says a lot about a team oftentimes, is how they react off the back of a loss. Are they feeling confident? Are they looking happy? Looking concentrated, I would say.
Yeah, and the price side for SoftBank, this isn't the type of game where you're confused as to why you lost. This play right here is why you lost. 3 people got hit by the Renata ulti in the river. You can't afford to have that happen. Marble completely out of position. Evie really late on the teleport too. And they just got split up fighting in the jungle against Renata Rumble.
Yeah, I think Betty should have turned around there
and tried to kill?
To get the reset.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
he eventually died anyway. He was always going to lose his entire health bar. But dying while you had the ability to try and get the reset is probably more ideal. But I mean, yeah, it was a very one-sided game as reflected here in all the stats.
Yeah, and I think this is the mid lane matchup is where we should look. Evie honestly did an impressive amount of damage considering how far behind Aja he was to keep up with him, but Dasher didn't do as much damage as the Corki because they were willing to just team fight against the Corki so much.
Yeah.
Dasher had to just spend time in the side lanes. That is his strength relative to the Corki. The Corki loves to team fight, especially once he's got a couple items online.
MVP for game 1, quick. I'm going Woody. It might surprise you.
Yeah. Yeah, could
just
be Woody. Woody had some incredible moments in those
The
fights.
handshakes were mental.
Handshakes, the hostile takeovers were ridiculous as well.
I know RJ
He did
probably
go down
sounds
early though.
RJ sounds like the obvious answer because he finished like 13-0.
Yeah.
Not
But a lot
actually
of that was
bad.
off the back of Junjia's work.
Yeah, Junji and Woody.
And I think
Okay,
it looks
everyone
like it's
got
Betty.
it. Yeah, Betty. Maybe the cross map arrow, I guess.
I mean, it looked like Betty's picture, but I'm not really sure. Oh, it was the arrow, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the arrows. He also hit the one from bot lane into the river.
Yeah, and they're actually not down that many members of SoftBank. You really wouldn't expect the Sejuani to go down in this situation. But yeah, Force unfortunately not able to dodge out of this arrow, and they have just enough time to kill him. One of the big advantages of having the Ashe is that when you have your opponent in a compromised position is that you can chase them down forever. If they don't have reinforcements coming, you're just free to hit.
Yeah, I mean, PSG, I think that was the epitome of how they've looked all split. Honestly, just getting a small lead bit by bit at the early game and then exploding it in the mid game. And they are just clearly the best team at macro gameplay in that mid game, right? Because there's no massive mistakes happening from either side. You know, one jungler's getting caught, then the other jungler's getting caught. But it's when they're able to find a catch on Forest. They're just taking 2 towers, 3 towers, invading your jungle. Whereas SoftBank get a kill on Junjun, and it's like, oh, we push a few lanes, reset, and have better tempo for a bit.
Well, usually what's happening is SoftBank will get a pick and then scramble to go fix the lanes that have been pushed in by PSG. They've got to pay attention to these side lanes to have a chance in this series going forward.
For sure, for sure. And going forward, of course, we will be. But first, a quick little break and then game number 2.
backstabber you'll ever need. I'll be your friend. You deep blue, where you go to find me.
And we are back here getting ready for game number 2, and it's SoftBank choosing the red side.
Yeah, a little bit surprisingly, though maybe not, considering I was pretty happy with their draft, just maybe not the way they executed in the mid game. Usually their strength, but PSG showing they can do the early and the mid game. The team fight's a little bit closer for SoftBank, but it was mostly just those side lanes falling so early in the game, and I think this game there should be a much bigger focus on the Void Grubs. Get Evie a counter pick again, and this time send Forest his way.
Yeah. Could be something we look to. I mean, Forest looking shaky on the Sedge, and it's not something we've seen him pick yet.
Yeah, I was surprised to see it so early.
Yeah.
Once they hovered the Yone last pick, I thought maybe that was the idea, but then they just went for the Tristana instead. He had a couple of good ultimates. He found Maple in the bot lane one time, but they just didn't have the damage to finish him off, unfortunately.
Yeah.
PSG give you such tight windows to execute on those dives. They always have people coming. Woody knows where your jungler is. He's got map hacks on, and he's headed straight to shut down your dives.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Woody, the best support in the PCS. As he said on his little, what do we call it? Usually it's a player trash talk thing, but there wasn't really,
there
and it was
all
just
that much.
Player respect talk it was today.
Yeah, only Junjia throwing some banter the way of Forest. Didn't look like it phased Forest all that much, though, to be honest.
No. Nah. Now it's a draft by Lucian again. So far, kicking off where we left off. Now, I'm wondering if they're trying to do similar draft, but go for the Galio instead of that Cannon.
Yeah, true. It was a pick he went for yesterday, and to great success, though. I didn't really understand why it was working or why it was even picked in the first place, but it did just work.
And we'll see. I mean, so far, draft does remain the same here as the Maokai and Zyra are banned by their respected teams, and for Renekton, there's nothing changed for PSG.
Yeah, and last time it was a Lilia ban here. It is a very good first pick when the Maokai and the Zyra are off the table, so SoftBank do elect to get rid of the Lilia.
Yeah, this is going to be a Galio. I'm, like, pretty sure of it.
Now, PSG picked the Rumble. I think that's quite surprising, considering the Kennen is the more common first pick in these situations. They'll hover the Kennen again, but last time it was a last-second swap to the Rumble.
Yep, locked in.
Now, I think the MF worked perfectly fine. Marble looked really good on it.
Oh. Wait, he locks the Kennen and then thumbs up to the camera, but I think we were on the wrong camera at the time.
Man, we were just getting treated with endless thumbs up from Evie in this champ select.
Oh. I mean, are we just going to have a run back?
Yeah, maybe. These champions have been picked in a different order this time around.
I'll tell you what, if this game's a 3-0 and Junja's on the Skarner, we're going to see the first time here, while Junja's been on PSG Talon, that he won't be getting Finals MVP.
Well, he did pretty well on the Skarner in that first game.
Yeah, but he was just like kind of playing Skarner.
Yeah, and I was thinking about this. The Zeri does a lot better into a champion like the Skarner. It does a bit better in the mid lane than the Tristana, I think, as well, just in terms of scaling and how SoftBank have been playing. Not really going to do as much in the side lane and doesn't need to compared to something like a Tristana, so they've elected to pick up their mid laner in the first 3 this time. That means they will drop MF.
Yeah. Will it be banned? I mean, Ashe is already banned now for SoftBank, so there is a change. This Zeri will be mid lane, almost certainly.
Yeah, I wonder if PSG do ban the MF just because of how good Marble has looked on it.
Even last game was okay. I mean, the early game was okay, but not really finding anything later on.
Yeah, it does lose the MF old Marble. I think justified respect showed to this pick in his hands, and I think the next ban for PSG should probably be the Ezreal.
Yeah, and I think SoftBank may be the Kalista.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Kalista and Ashe kind of shut down the Renata for Woody as well, but they go for the Alistar.
Well, actually, in saying that, can you get away with Kalista into the Kennen? Feels a bit tough.
Yeah, it doesn't make your life easy, but would be difficult for Marble and Vista to weather the storm there, but we'll see how they do. As I think this should just be an Ezreal.
So far, everyone's picked their own champ, by the way.
Yeah. Until this Kennen gets flexed to support. Yeah, the Ezreal banned away from Marble, so now he's going to have to show us another pick. These have been by far his strongest AD carries. And it should be him picking up his AD carry here. It does give away the Zeri flex, but it's not really a flex. This Zeri's almost always going mid. Dasher really likes this champion, and it's a good matchup into the Corki. They have the Smolder available, but maybe a risky blind. He goes for the Jhin. Did play this yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, the Jhin feels like something you can get away with picking Smolder into. But Betty may be going for the Xayah. Now, at the moment, it's not the worst Xayah game in the world. There is actually people that you do outrange, or are of similar range at least. Still, I'm not a big fan of the Xayah.
Yeah, I don't love this champion either. So
oh my god. We get Betty Kai'Sa. Now we're aiming for a treat here. This is such a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, good matchup into the Jhin as well. See what Woody decides to pair alongside it. Something like the Nautilus, maybe just the Rel.
Yeah, an engaged support. Take your pick of the litter.
Yeah, and SoftBank have done them the favor of banning the Alistar, a go-to into the Rel. Kind of the Poppy left as a soft counter pick into this Rel.
I mean, the Poppy is a giga counter pick into the Rel. It is very, very difficult to play lane as Rel into Poppy.
Yeah, we'll see if this is willing to play it. He's looked incredible when he does pick the Poppy.
The one thing about the Rel versus Poppy matchup, you know, myself, I've played a lot of Rel, is you can just max E and have more impact running around the map. So getting that extra movement speed instead of the cooldown on your crash down is a good way to play it, but it's all talk for naught as it is going to be the Rakan picked up here for Vista. A very good champion in pairing with stuff like the Kennen and then also the Jhin, you know, the ability to dance around the team fights, be at the front to engage or be at the back to peel for your 280 carries.
Yeah, and champions with such short range like the Kai'Sa can struggle into something like the Rakan. Rel doesn't do a whole lot to disrupt the Rakan. Woody usually plays this champion to deny engages from the enemy team. Not a whole lot of engage from the side of PSG. Kind of just Stringia running in there on the Skarner.
Gliding in there.
Through walls even.
Yeah. Kane cosplaying.
Yeah, we're going to have the coach fist bump, and both coaches doing a good job in this draft, I feel. I think, again, SoftBank with a good draft for themselves. But PSG, plenty of tools. And, the biggest change I think I want to see in this match compared to the last is the path top for Forest. I think he has to protect Evie on this Kennen. It can be such a strong matchup into the Rumble. I kind of want to see Evie take the area as well.
Yeah, we'll see what he goes for. I mean, I actually think Electrocute on Kennen might actually be more powerful in lane, just because you can proc it so easily, right? An auto attack, a Q, and then W, boom, it's procced, and it will do just more damage than the Eerie, but the Eerie is more consistent. You're able to get it anytime you auto attack or throw out that Shuriken.
Yeah, we'll see what the approach is for SoftBank. They would have had the coach talk to them, give them some ideas of how they want to approach this game, and they do need to change something. They can't fall behind like they did, not necessarily in terms of gold, but just in terms of objectives. They lost so many towers and Void Grubs without getting anything in return. Mostly just overgrouping to trade equally in kills as well. Gonna have to be a little sharper. A good game from them, but not quite good enough.
Yeah. For sure. Definitely agree with what you said, but I mean, you know, if you think back to yesterday, they kind of got stomped in game number 1. Did SoftBank. And then bounced back completely, took the next 3 games very handedly. And it started similar to this, just a similar draft, but better execution. And we'll see if they can make it happen here.
Yeah,
they have the Zeri, far more consistent, and Dasher yesterday on the Zeri was really getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, looking borderline flawless on the Zeri yesterday.
Yeah, as we do now, of course, load into game number 2. It's PSG once again on the blue side up against SoftBank, who are looking to bounce back from their first game defeat here on the red side. Now, early action, both supports up in this top lane.
Yeah,
trying to get that ward down.
Yeah, if you can get wards down for these ranged versus melee matchups, it feels really good for, honestly, whoever can get a ward. Maybe the Rumble, honestly, needs it more than the Kennen does. As, yeah, they identify there is a ward in this bush. And this helps the Rumble because the Kennen won't be able to just sit in this bush and auto-attack the Rumble. They are gonna... The aggro of the creeps is not gonna drop as the Kennen runs into that bush. And
Dasher will be losing this trade, as well as Vista's going to be very late to his lane, if he even goes to his lane at all.
It feels like he's just gone for a wander on the Rakan. Dasher's not going to get a chance to recall, so this damage will stick for now from Maple. Going to take a lot of work for him to still get any meaningful advantage in this matchup, though. It is possible, especially with the HP lead he's got. Just prioritizing hitting the wave for now, though.
Yeah, get that in.
Vista will be here bot with plenty of time, I think, to get the XP here.
Yeah, okay. There's that still that minion there, but...
Yeah, PSG actually pulled the wave to try deny some CS. Woody.
Oh, he finds a 2-man crash down, but, I mean, level 1 Kai'Sa with Q of all, well, skilled. Unless you find an isolated target, doesn't really offer that much in terms of damage.
Yeah, they get plenty of damage onto Vista, though, and he doesn't land the Q. Back, Aja trading well. 4 wards total committed to these top lane brushes. Now the shove again going PSG's way in the bot lane and the mid lane. Only shoving lane really for Evi up there in the top lane, and both junglers will be pathing top this game.
Yeah, nice.
Good adaptation from Forest. Will be spotted doing so, though.
Yeah, I think if you scout against PSG Talon, you probably need to scout that one stat I read out. Or set out, shall I say. Because it does lead you to believe that all the action Junja finds early is typically top.
Yeah, and if Junjia thinks he's getting the Scuttle Crab, he might have another thing coming to him. Evi has so much prio up here. Can just head down now, maybe ward for his jungler. And
yeah, Woody is up here, though, and
oh, goodness.
There is no Vista to answer. Trying to get that flash.
Yeah.
I think even if he goes for the flash Q there, Dasher is never dying.
Yeah, Woody just being a bit cheeky, popping his head into the mid lane. Has nothing to do. It's only Marble down there in the bot lane.
Vista's going to at least get his shield broken, as well as the bone plating popped. I think Woody going for the second wind here on the Rel.
Dasher, despite the rough start to his lane, has actually found himself with an advantage in the mid lane. That's going to force Junjia off.
Oh, this time he does actually commit to the flash Q, as Junja's going to get locked up. He's going to get taken down. He's going to get very low. First blood goes to Vista, but down comes Arja. Down comes Maple. That's a 1-1 trade, as it will be traded back. And now Arja getting very, very low, and he's on the wrong side of the map. Knocked up. He's getting so low, even more so. He lands one harpoon. He should be able to land another, maybe. There it is, and Vista might just have to take this kill. A 2-kill Rakan now early on into this game. But it is still a winning trade for SoftBank as they take 3 for just the 2.
Yeah, they commit a lot of flashes, but all the flashes used on the side of PSG too. Good play from SoftBank, who catch PSG just forcing too hard. Junjia trading really well into the Sejuani and dodging the W of Forest. They very decisively go for the Sejuani, but the Guardian proc there actually keeps Forest alive for so long and forces Maple's flash out too. Maple's pretty quick to go down after Evi. Playing well to pick him up on the end there, and Woody has to take a kill himself too.
Yeah, I think ultimately Junja, being a little bit impatient, could have waited for that permafrost to run out before turning around, because it was on 3. Unfortunately, walks back in, immediately procced, and pretty much one shot within the duration of that stun. But still, it is SoftBank now leading here in game number 2. They're up 600 gold. A lot of that, however, is on this Rakan.
Yeah, and Betty has done his signature move, honestly, of finding a random recall to get a Cullen. Maple has one too, and these are the kind of moves that despite how these fights are going in the early game, they may still find themselves at advantages. The crab was not picked up by Forrest. He actually went for the bot crab. Dasher's here to just zone Junjia off, has double buffs.
Yeah, but Junjia able to get it there. Very low health are these early crabs, so
yeah.
Probably one apiece in terms of those Scuttle crabs as Forrest getting aggressive here onto Maple, but will not connect with that Arctic Assault, and Maple actually getting clipped there.
Yeah, with the back of the Betty took so much damage.
Yeah, Vista, I mean, while the gold not necessarily where you want it, being on this Rakan, it does mean he's a lot stronger in this lane, having so much additional health. Arja dodging away from the Shuriken there.
Yeah, we'll just overheat and be zoned away by Evie, who picks up the cannon. While he does it, has his ulti now, so Aja has to be very respectful. Has his jungler behind him too. Evie, he'll ult here. I'm surprised he doesn't ult to chunk Aja out. Still gets a pretty good chunk, honestly. And now Forrest decides to look for the Void Grubs. No one can really come and help Junjia if he wants to contest these. Maybe Junjia tries to get a sneaky pick onto Evie. Will be risky, especially before Aja hits 6.
Yeah, imagining Aja gets 6 off the back of this wave.
Oh, Forrest is going to see him.
Oh, he's not committing there. Aja baiting it well, but it looks like, oh no, Junjia once again will cancel.
Yeah, he has to just stay and defend Aja.
Spent a lot of time up here. Forrest taking that. It will be now known where Forrest is on the map. And
yeah, they're going to see Vista too. They didn't sweep the bush, but does it really matter even if you do know? Aja can just ulti the wave here if he wants to.
But he gets stunned up. He's not going to be able to get it. He does get the ult off eventually, and he maybe is able to turn it around. A lot of damage. Evie, he gets slowed up. Junjia takes the kill, but down comes Dasher. And that is another winning trade for SoftBank.
Yeah, and honestly, we needed Dasher to step up in this series, and this is how he does it. He out-rotates Maple, gets priority in his lane, and gets down here. Maple's going to pick up a plate, but Dasher will trade one up here. As it looked like Aja might not even get the ulti off, and that would have been even more disastrous. As it stands, still pretty disastrous for the top side of PSG. Junjia commits so much time up here just to get dived and killed with his teammate. They knew this was happening, but they couldn't do anything about it. Really well played by SoftBank. Evie not able to get in range, just not in time to stop the ulti coming out from Aja, but he doesn't even ult the wave, I just realized. And Dasher makes a big difference here. That's a difficult kill on the Skarner if he's not there.
SoftBank coaching staff very happy, as they very well should be. It's this time Dasher holding all the cards.
Yeah, and Woody nowhere to be seen on that play. Vista getting the better of him on that rotation. Marble not suffering at all for Vista's roams. Is the stronger early game champion in the Jhin, in the lane phase.
Bouncing grenades, nice.
Now
Still
Junjia.
not out of the water yet, our SoftBank. PSG, they are behind, but they often find themselves just incremental bits of gold in the mid-game. Kind of randomly. Dasher taking a lot of damage from Maple here. There is ultimate available for Skarner! And he lands it somehow! Junjia pulls off magnificent plays time and time again, and Woody comes in, yoinks the kill away from himself, but importantly, gets the kill at all, as Dasher, with that 2-0 lead now, will be fouled.
Yeah, and just an unnecessary fight there for SoftBank. They had seconds left on the Sejuani ulti, on the Zeri flash, but they fight way too soon, and Woody gets his revenge for that roam of Vista. Vista nowhere to be seen on that mid play. Maple going to get a massive injection of gold. Suddenly finds himself almost 30 CS up and picks up his 3rd plate in the mid lane. From what was such a good position for SoftBank, Junjia grabs a buff too.
Yeah, able to get out as well.
Yeah, that has to be so frustrating if you're SoftBank. Feels like all their work has kind of been squandered. They still have a lead.
Maple is up 20 CS in this mid lane.
Yeah.
So while he is probably down just a small amount of gold, it's not very impactful, that gold difference in the mid lane anymore. A lot of it is just top. A lot of the gold is on top. It's on Vista, which are probably who you don't want it on. Kennen, not a champ that operates the greatest with gold.
Yeah, kind of does the same. Though he can definitely take over games if you get a big Kennen.
Yeah, but that's more about positioning and finding access to a team fight than what items you have, right?
Yeah, you need a lot of gold on the Kennen if you're just going to kill the Rumble. In these side lanes, Woody, level 6 now. Meet Vista in this mid lane.
The classic. I've got 80 carry in 2 lanes, so Spend a bit of time in both 2v2ing.
And Maple with an XP advantage in the mid lane too.
Yep, just off the back of Dasher's roams. And while it did work out absolutely for Dasher, Maple was also finding gold for himself.
Yeah, and in the pregame, hang on, engage onto Junjia.
Heavy here. Betty's trying to come down. Junji actually finds a really nice knock up and dashes on the wrong side of the map. Betty, Killer Instinct in, and Archie's going to claim the kill. Forrest, though, looking for a trade. The exhaust onto Heavy's fantastic. The slicing Maelstrom, not going to find all that much indeed. But it's a nice fourth shot, still not going to get the kill. Vista does manage to get away, but PSG, they win out on that brawl.
Yeah, and it's off the back of an insane ultimate from Woody there, paired up with Aja, just as he gets in range on the Rumble. Finds 3 or 4 with the Rumble ulti. Despite how far behind he is, that still just melts the side of SoftBank. And Junjia is going to treat himself to 3 Void Grubs now. Evie TP's in, can get onto Betty here. Betty still has flash, though.
Yeah, Junjia here to try and peel if worse comes to worse, but yeah, Betty's able to get away.
Yeah, and honestly, it's Junjia baiting again.
Yeah.
It's the other side of the river, but the same story. They think they found the Skarner, but look at this engage from Woody and Junjia. Dasher going the wrong way, jumping over the wall, flashing back over the other way. Evie uses his flash essentially just to pick off Woody. And PSG have been just so good at playing around this cannon.
You know what? I've just thought up something.
What?
It's a bit late, being that we are now at the grand finals, but the Zeri eating over a wall to flash to the other side, I believe we have to start calling it the Chi-Chis.
Yeah.
Because he was the original combo maker.
Yeah, he did patent that move. Trendsetter in many ways, Chi-Chi. Only person to play Draven, I think. Maybe Kriskada played a Draven game?
He did.
SoftBank might have to resort to a Draven to shut down Maple on this Corki, because so far it doesn't feel like the Zeri, despite a really strong early game from Dasher, has just fallen apart since. The gold's still even, but it feels like the momentum definitely going PSG's way.
Yeah, very heavily in their favor, winning 2 back-to-back team fights. And while they are necessarily not the most massive wins in the world, they are just, as we've said, as I've said at least, they incrementally just get more and more gold in comparison to their opponents as the game progresses. They're just better at finding small amounts of gold here and there, and that all adds up pretty quickly. Now
Forrest is in a good position here.
Yeah, Arctic Salt, but he doesn't make it over the wall, and Junja's just going to be happy finishing off that buff, that Gromp, shall I say. Glacial Prison comes through. Junja!
Oh, no.
How did he land that? He lands a 2-man, and Woody's able to follow up. And oh my god, it's PSG, the kings of the PCS, and they're still reigning supreme.
Yeah, it looked like such a good fight from Forrest there. He finds Junjia caught out again, but it turns out he's just not caught. It's just the same story of game 1. Maybe they have to get rid of the Skarner, because I don't know how he keeps doing it. Finds Dasher, I think, for the 3rd time this game with his ultimate. Not the easiest onto a Zeri. They'll get a dragon for their trouble. Evie manages to get some plates up in the top lane. I think he even ulted a wave to push faster. Didn't have the TP to match Aja.
Now, Omar, my good friend, just before that happened, what did you say about the gold?
It was even. And
2K.
Forrest here, this isn't a bad fight for SoftBank until Dasher gets ulted by the Skarner here. He
But how does this land?
Way too close. Doesn't play his range well enough, and Woody just layers the CC perfectly. Once the Kaisa arrives, it's horrible. And then the Rumble TP secures them the kill onto Marble, who is deathless up until this point, actually with a little CS lead. Dasher, frustrated. He's made a few mistakes in a row now with a massive lead.
And this is what is so good about Arja 2, right? We saw last game, he gets a few kills, he takes over. This game, the opposite happens.
Behind.
He gets taken out, he's behind, and so what does he do? He just leaves his lane. He just leaves his lane, helps his team, and look at the success that that's set up.
Yeah, he says, enjoy your CS lead, Evie. I'm going to go just win the game. And as you said, the CS lead now grows to 2K for PSG. Out of nowhere, from over 1,000 gold behind just a few minutes ago, they're now completely in control of this game.
2-0-2 was Dasher. Not, 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago, 2-0-2. He's died 3 times in that time.
Yeah. And he's only managed to pick up an assist with such a lead.
Oh, Junja trying to bend it like Beckham, not going to be able to have the range there.
Yeah,
but Maple now just so far ahead, so strong, he's taking this tower in Dash's face.
Yeah, the Corki should just never be in this position from how this early game went.
Maple just happily tanking up a tower, I suppose, but first tower of the game will go over to SoftBank up at that top side, Evie claiming it for himself, but look at what's happening.
That is PSG losing their 100% first tower.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is the first time in this playoff someone's taken the first tower against PSG. They'll quickly trade it back. But they have bled at least in that regard. But SoftBank won't be happy with just that. They want to put wins on the board here. They haven't taken a game off PSG yet. No one has.
Yeah, look, one thing, something maybe a metaphor I can make about PSG or something along those lines is it feels like they're sort of the epitome of Achilles, right? Someone has to find their Achilles heel.
Yeah,
and
they
so
must have
far,
some weakness.
Nobody has, as they fall behind early in this game, but very easily it almost feels like turn it around, and now they're just pretty comfortably in the lead. 2K, as we've said, Rift Herald started up now by Ginger.
Now SoftBank are bringing members here. They want to fight this.
Yeah, teleport comes in. It's a 5v5. Everything available except Equalizer. Equalizer a massive. Actually, quickness down for Vista as well, but Woody gets stopped. Fantastic Arctic Assault from Forest, but what can be found? Ginger's found Evie. Evie's dead, he doesn't get to hold. Woody, he strolls away. He's managing to walk out with his walking cane, and Forest is getting low, but he gets out for the time being. Maple flashes over the wall, though. He's trying to find something. The Kernan Call comes out. Doesn't have the damage Betty not getting blocked for. It's a nice definitely flourish, but Maple's 1v4 in the back, and Maple gets 2, and in comes Betty! It's a wipe! It's PSG and Destiny!
Maple again is willing to sacrifice himself so that his team can get everything. I don't think they can't even do the Baron yet. I thought the Baron was up, but they'll pick up the Rift Herald and a bunch of gold. 6-2 and 6 is Maple on the Corki. Finds a flank in that team fight in the middle of it. And Evie, with his flash, with his TP up, can't walk to a fight front to back like this. Junjia gets onto him, and Maple helps him out to take him. Once he does this, Maple decides to just wrap around on the Corki. I think he Valkyries over this red buff wall to finish off Forest and then close the distance on the rest of the members of SoftBank. He actually goes the absolute long way around, waits a second for his cooldowns. Does go down eventually, but again, just like on that bot tier 2 play, goes down, but it gets his team everything for it.
Unreal.
And this was happening while we looked at the replay.
Surely it's a double.
Yeah,
right?
Looks like
yeah.
it.
Nice
Nice
okay.
play by Evie.
Evie able to teleport in and claim himself a double. It's going to give them the Rift Herald as well.
Yeah,
that experience paying dividends. We've said it before. How many times now in this playoffs? Evie, he can go down, he can be behind, but he does not tilt.
Yeah, never ever. He's always going to find opportunities like that. Catches PSG completely off guard there, but does lose his flash, TP, and ulti on the cannon. Very strong tools that could have won them that previous fight, but we'll just pick up this cannon some more gold.
Yeah, I mean, while they lost that fight, I think credit to Forest. That would have been a lot more disastrous and a lot less cooldowns needing to be used by PSG had he not found the perfect timing on that Sejuani Q, on that Arctic Assault to cancel almost entirely the engage Woody found from that flank.
Yeah, Woody was on a ridiculous flank. That was just an insane fight from PSG. And SoftBank just caught off guard. It was Maple and Junjia coming over the wall that really won that fight for PSG. Maybe that Sejuani interrupt is enough to get them across the line against the other teams, but PSG pair up Maple and Junjia to pick off Evie before he can cast a spell on this cannon.
Yeah, now, I think Dragon is up. It would be the second for PSG. They're pretty comfortably ahead. Maple especially sits at 2 items. No one else on the Rift outside Junjia with slightly cheaper items compares.
Now SoftBank have grouped up on the mid lane to keep their mid lane tower up. There is a dragon to contest, but I'm not sure if they really can. Aja kills Evie somehow.
What happened?
Sliver of HP on Aja, but he had the ultimate advantage. No, he didn't. Evie used his ulti too. This was all the eggs in the Evie basket this game, and somehow Aja just takes him down 1v1.
Good. Hopefully we get a replay shortly and find out exactly how that happens.
Tower it looked like on the cannon. Catches him off guard maybe.
Oh my god, look at that damage. The Equalizer's not even that good.
Does enough though, and he just manages to take out this cannon.
Oh.
Doesn't miss a single E now. Forest
Guys,
has gone
every
down.
replay we have, someone's dying and Maple's going forward. Oh my god!
Man, Maple 6-2 and 6 on this Corki is absolutely online with this 2-item power spike. Dasher has to get out of here too. Let's see, meet the same fate Evie did. Now PSG are just going to put pressure on that. You've let them get a lead now, and you're going to suffer for it as SoftBank. You're going to have to be creative.
Junja is just going to go forward. He finds his way onto Vista, who's going to pop the quickness, going to pop the grand entrance. Woody actually exhausting just to keep himself alive for that bit longer. There's no Warmogs on him. We're going to have to block these. Junja blocks 1 and 2. But Dash is here on the side lane. He's going to be able to pop everything, but he's missing. And Betty's trying to, guys, it's going to be 1 kill. Dash does get that for himself. He's got the movement speed from that lightning crash. But PSG, they're trying to get away. And oh my God! Marble nearly going to be able to stop that, but not quite. And the team fight will fizzle. It is still a kill found, and Dasher, importantly, picks that one up.
Yeah, and just 1 bullet missing from Marble on the Jin there, but unfortunately it means that they don't get as many kills as they could. Junjia maybe caught on his way out here.
Back to full HP now, though. It's going to be hard to take him out. The Jin is trying to do damage. Evie as well, and Junja has flash, he misses a grand entrance, and Maple's here now. You're way overextended against what is an Exodia of a Corki, and Woody finds his way in. Betty gets there too, and just like that, Avengers assemble. PSG collapse and win the play.
Yeah, couldn't have put it better myself. It really was like the Avengers assemble. Again, Junjia looks like he's caught. SoftBank overcommit onto him. They don't even kill the Skarner and then get wiped by PSG. Not wiped, but just taken out of the fight completely. Now Betty gets his 2nd item completed. Has had a quiet game so far, but slowly has been farming up on this Kai'Sa. Can act as late game insurance for his team this game.
This is going to be hard now for SoftBank. Just PSG, I mean, momentum. Just winning play by play by play. Woody,
he's got to try the target.
Yeah, he's got to try and peel for his Corki. No, he doesn't anymore. He's got to find a fight, and Dasher does flash away. The lightning crash is going, but down will go at least Vista for the time being. Not many ults available. Junja, he's stunned up, but he's not taking any damage whatsoever. He's going to go forward. He's going to find his way onto someone. It's Evie. Evie's locked up. Maple flashes forward and one-shots that little kitten. There are 2 Yordles in the top lane, but one is a lot stronger than the other. As Evie taken down, they're looking for Dasher. Void Seeker connects. Junja goes forward. He's going to land the snipe as well, but not able to find the kill. Meanwhile, look at bot lane Archer just taking towers.
PSG are just toying with them. They look out of position in so many of these situations. They're baiting in 4v5s while their Rumble can push. Worst case scenario, PSG just walk away. Best case scenario, SoftBank, as you saw, overcommit when they don't have the damage to take out this Rel. Their carries are too far behind. Dasher and Evie, Dasher should have a much easier time killing this Rel in this game, but he just can't. He doesn't have the gold for it. Doesn't have the time to hit when Marble is... or Maple, sorry, is just constantly looking for damage onto him. This is a 4v5. Look at Aja in the bot lane, just farming up a Storm. Woody even comes back in on a sliver of HP to help out. Every member of PSG just playing perfectly. And you'd think they're just having a casual conversation.
Yeah,
not
Maple's
in the grand
just,
final.
Maple's just having a laugh. He's having a laugh, bruv.
Forrest is fighting for his red here.
Yeah, red buff. Going to land the ultimate there, will Junjia. Quickness comes in, the grand entrance, and we found our way onto Maple. That's the exact target we want. Evie's trying to get there, but Evie's lost half his HP. And Benny, he's got the killer instinct. He's on to Marble. Oh my God, it's a quadra. But Benny takes the penta. But PSG reigns supreme.
How does Aja do it? He spent the entirety of this early game getting dived and getting set behind. He still finds a solo kill earlier in the game, and then less for his AD carry stealing it. Would have had a penta there in that fight. PSG even more decisive in game 2.
Oh my God, look at the damage.
Yeah, credit to Aja for playing so well this game, but in that fight it was Woody finding the Magnet Storm on top of the Rumble ulti that was already laid down. Hopefully we get a replay of that fight. We likely will, as I can imagine who's getting the MVP this game.
I can tell you one thing that is for certain. Game number 2 will be picked up by PSG Talon. And this is a team that you cannot let get into their zone.
Yeah, I don't know what you do if you're SoftBank going into this next game. Maybe you swap to the blue side this time. Maybe you just get Junjia off the Skarner. They can't deal with this champion. But then maybe you ban the Skarner, you let him have the Zyra, you let him have the Lilia, and it's probably similar scenes.
Yeah, stumped, I think, SoftBank look. They had such an amazing early game. They had everything they could have possibly wanted and more coming out of that early game, but it's just Maybe some mistake coming through from Dasher, but some great team fighting.
Dasher and Forest, just it felt like they made one mistake in the mid lane in that early game, and then they just lost the game off it. After having so many successful consecutive plays, it didn't matter. Once PSG got one win, as you said, they get so much out of those wins. And PSG in the pregame trash talk segment, Junjia specifically called out Forest for being impatient. Once something bad happens, once they make a mistake, he was impatient. In that mid play specifically, they were seconds away from having their Sejuani ulti, seconds away from having Dasher's flash up on that Zeri. Instead, they fight too early. Dasher gets caught with a Skarner ulti without his flash available, and the game falls apart for them.
And fall apart for them it did. I mean, it looked like we were going to see PSG actually drop a game, to be honest, coming out of the early game. Because it was very early on, they'd already at a 1k gold disadvantage, but I think Junjia and Woody just played so phenomenally well. And I don't know who we're giving the MVP for this game to, but I feel like this time Woody damn well deserves it, man.
Yeah, that's true. I think Aja deserves it, honestly, for how hard he was focused in that game to still just be picking up random solo kills against the Kennen, who has funneled so much gold in this game. Even Evie was using his resources really often, his flash and his ultimate, to get money for himself. That isn't always necessarily a team decision, but it is still a decision being made to funnel gold onto yourself. You can't afford to go down in the 1v1 at that point.
Yeah. And not only that, while it was happening, right, we saw how far ahead Evie is, and this is just, again, credit to PSG talent and how well they are at changing up their game type play and changing how they play. I mean, just changing how they play, basically. Is last game, Arja was getting attention from Junjia. He was doing very well in his lane. This game, he goes down early. And so what's he doing? He's just foregoing plates, foregoing farm, teleporting bot, and getting his team ahead. Yep. And this is something they are really, really good at doing. If Arj is in a position that you can gank him and get gold on him, by all means do it. He will carry the game. If he's not, well, we'll go play bot lane and RG will be there to save our plays, to even enhance what we get from these plays, and that's what we saw in this game.
Yeah, and this was a game where I was worried about the engage from PSG being lacking, but they just managed to do this every time. They would have SoftBank way overextend onto often just Junjia on the Skarner. He would outplay the dive onto him, hold his flash to the last moment there, gets the flash out of Evie on the Kennen too, and just they would use that as an engage. A Skarner who looks out of position. SoftBank can't help themselves and go on him and pay the price for it.
And again, I think this is just further proof that Maple deserves MVP.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah, Maple played out of his damn mind. Saved so many of those team fights. Even when he wasn't roaming, when Dasher was, the amount of gold that Maple was able to get. Yeah, he was up 20 CS in this. What is not the greatest lane for Corki as an individual. I think Maple did a great job of just getting gold for himself and then converting it importantly. Because it's one thing to get gold for yourself. We see every Corki almost ever do that. It's a lot harder to then convert it and give your entire team a lead and be that sort of insurance package of a Corki that Maple was.
And in that game, he reminded us that he was an assassin player once upon a time, looking like an assassin on the Corki in that jungle fight, where he finds a flank somehow, ends up ultimately going down, but secures his team 3 extra kills on that play and just the whole map after that.
Yeah, Marble, definitely a quieter game on the Jhin. It's reflected in the stats. Obviously did a reasonable amount of damage, but just so hard to be a Jhin from that position. Maple across the board, Junjia taking the most damage. Looked like it. No surprises there, but probably you should be Maple the MVP here.
Yeah, and it's just Junjia's signature move at this point to just walk out of a fight at 1% HP. A fight that started with him being ganked, and you've got your wish. Woody, with the highest KP in this game, gets the MVP.
Who would you, if you had to right now, vote for who is the finals MVP, who would you put? Because I think it is Woody. I think game 1 and 2, he's just been consistently the best.
Yeah, I'd go Woody as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's who's leading it for me, but we've still got one more minimum game to go, and SoftBank, I mean, they've been in this position against PSG before, and...
Was this the last fight of the game? I think it was. Well, I think the equalizer comes down here. Yeah, Junjia's missed his ult, so Vista goes, okay, we should be able to win this fight. We even land the Sejuani ult, but watch Woody, this equalizer, it looks like they're off the equalizer, but Woody says, nah, not so fast. Catches 2 members of SoftBank onto this equalizer, and Evie maybe does them a favor by flashing on top of it himself. But at that point, the fight was already over and likely the game.
Betty got 2 kills this game, and one of them was to steal a penta.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the PSG tell on socials, because they always release the in-game voice comms.
Right.
And it's like a highlight for them on the comes up on the Twitter. guarantee that's on the highlight.
Yeah, love the PSG socials, by the way.
Yeah, definitely. If you're
Absolute
I'm following
maniac.
them, definitely do. But mate, you better be following the PCS playoffs because now they're They're one game away from securing themselves the 4-peat of championships, and that's a title very rare. Very few orgs have in their respected regions. It's just 4 titles in a row. There's some players that get there. Like I know Knight, I believe, is one of them. And,
yeah, that guy's the king of the LPL domestically.
Yeah. And Xiaohu as well, previously was as well, I think. But, I mean, PSG Talon, as an org, on the verge of greatness, really.
Yeah, and if we have a king here, it is Maple, and you see why in these games.
You certainly do see why in these games, but what you are also going to see is a quick break, and then game number 3, can SoftBank bounce back?
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line, take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line, take me to the finish line.
And we're back for what could very, very well be the final time for the PCS, not only in 2024, but as we know it, for the entirety of League of Legends. And well, it's PSG up 2-0 and SoftBank trying to make that not true. Now they have selected the blue side. Immediately, there is going to be a difference in this draft. RJ will not get his hands on that Rumble.
Yeah, they will probably keep the Lucian ban. That is just something that's been banned up against Maple since he got to play it for about a week and look like a monster on it. And I don't think Dasher is going to be as willing to just blind pick a Lucian and have that much impact. Honestly, improvements in Game 2, massive improvements from SoftBank. They were taking the fight to PSG, fighting on favorable grounds and then not getting outplayed in the early game. But then at some point in the mid game, they lost one fight, and PSG, that was all they needed to run away with that game. They started winning in every lane, in every position, taking better fights than SoftBank. Most of the time, SoftBank choosing the engages, and PSG still winning the fights, more ready for it.
I think Corgi giving Woody a telling off for playing better than his opponent. Yeah. Hey, play even better, pal. And there's only one thing left to do now for PSG Talon. Let's get this one across the line.
Yeah.
With all the confidence in the world.
Yeah,
Lucian will be banned.
Yeah, the expected Lucian ban up against Maple, and how ridiculous would it be for PSG to just 9-0 through this playoffs, play the minimum number of games and put a crown on their heads. They'll continue banning the Vi up against Forest as Junjia loses the Zyra pick.
Yeah, so far, it's actually the same.
Now, if PSG do ban the Maokai here again, SoftBank do not have to respond with a Lilia ban. They can take that for themselves. And I think the Skarner will have a much harder time into the Lilia. Rumble is the adaptation for PSG. And now SoftBank could ban the Maokai themselves if they want to. They actually go for the MF ban. Renekton available, usually banned.
Lilia.
Maokai also.
Lilia up.
I think Maokai will be the first pick.
Yeah, but I mean, Junja has played Lilia into Maokai time and time again and looked much better than each Maokai goes up against.
Now, will PSG ban the Renekton this time again? Yeah, they will.
So Lilia, the champ that usually was banned, that isn't. Ashe, gonna be the first pick.
Frank were unwilling to give this pick over to SoftBank. They have a chance now to show us why. I don't expect either of the champions hovered so far for Betty, but PSG do really like these priority lanes.
Yeah.
Ezreal a more common pick into the MF alongside Jhin, who gets to build the Swifties early on.
Yeah, looks like it probably is heading that direction. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Junja Lilia come as that second pick. Let's see.
You can also just lock a Corki for Maple for the third time this series. Has just looked incredible on it, and SoftBank have not had an answer.
I think the problem is Maple probably feels even better being a Tristana into a Corki.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe just a Maokai.
Yeah. The Maokai just makes sense because it's a favorable matchup into the Lilia, and now Forest has to find something to play into this. It might just be the Sejuani traded for the Maokai.
Yeah, not typically a bad trade by any means, but Maokai tends to get a lot more done.
Yeah.
A little weaker in a 1v1 against each other. Maybe the Skarner for Forest.
Oh, okay. I was expecting this as a deny away from Junjia, but Forest is just going to pick it into a tank matchup here, and yeah, the cannon picked away now.
There's a champion open. RJ for sure plays it. Nasus.
Oh god, yeah. Yeah, could do. Aja loves his counter picks. Will be banned away likely if he doesn't pick it here, so it might be his last chance though. Corki very popular and very strong alongside the Maokai.
I'm just going to go for the Corki instead.
Corki Maokai is just the combo on this patch.
That looks like it will just be locked in. Second phase of bans. Supports open for both teams, and mid laner maybe the focus here for PSG is SoftBank not yet picking up one, and
yeah, they can get rid of Zeri Smolder, right? And now they have to find something again for SoftBank. The Tristana did not look good enough.
Yeah, there's the Nasus ban.
Nasus, and then I'm not sure what the second ban. I think this will be just Smolder for PSG. I'm not sure what the second ban for SoftBank will be. Maybe just get Woody off some support. The likes of Rel is quite annoying, but Rel Jhin doesn't feel like the best combo to me. I can't think of another top lane ban you really need to throw at Aja in this matchup. Kennen should be fine. I mean, Gnar is usually an answer. They go for the Alistar. Is also actually a counter to the Kennen, at least.
Yeah, but I think Woody probably feels fine no matter what support he's on.
It's just finding Evie with these exhausts. It sounds easy, but we've seen so many supports struggle to get the exhaust in time on the Kennen.
Wait a second. There's no way, right?
I mean, Tristana top probably beats Kennen.
And Aja has been kind of the only player. And it is.
Yeah, okay.
Here it is. Game number 3. Possibly the last game if PSG can get it across the line. And we have either Corki or Tristana, likely the Tristana, into Kennen up in this top side.
Yeah, they can still flex the pick, but Tristana makes sense to me. Is never in danger of dying to the Kennen. Should have pretty favorable trades.
Yeah, can get Merc trades pretty easily. Even more if it really comes down to it. And the Yone for Dasher.
Yeah, now Vista needs to pick his champion. Leaning towards the Rel. The Renata doesn't feel nearly as good this time for Woody. Maybe can go for the Poppy. Poppy looks really good into the Yone and the Rel.
Yeah, Poppy struggles a bit against the Ashe.
Yeah, but we are getting Betty's consent for whatever support this will be. Looks like the Poppy.
Yeah. Very good into Rel. Very, very good into Rel.
Maybe go for the Leona instead.
Yeah, a little more standard, although I kind of... I guess the Leona much better into the Ashe.
Yeah, definitely. Can put a lot of pressure on this Ashe. Marble will be taking cleanse, but needs to be using his cleanse for both the Maokai and the Leona.
Yeah, even potentially Betty if he lands one singular deadly flourish, right?
Yeah. A lot of pressure to get through this early game as a SoftBank.
Yeah, I mean, 380 carries, your towers, they're in danger.
Yep.
They are very much in danger. It's pretty hard, I feel, for Evie to find a good ult because, in general, the 380 carries aren't going to be stacked on top of each other. So, Kennen just being a very squishy champion can actually find himself going down very quickly with very little found.
Yeah, and Betty on immobile 80 carries for most of the series still has just been difficult for Evie to get onto. They've struggled to really just cleanly get the flashes out of these PSG members. If you can have a situation where one of these ADCs doesn't have their flash and Evie does, then that can almost just be a winning team fight on its own with how strong the Kennen is with that summoner, but they just have never found that. They've always had to commit Evie's flash and have it traded for someone else's. Now, SoftBank, they're hoping for a start like they had in the previous game. You don't get those starts often against PSG, but if they can do it again, I'm hoping they can stay cool, calm, and collected and pick their fights a little bit better, as it wasn't just one fight they lost last time to throw their lead.
It was not, but here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's possibly the very last game of the region as we know it. It's SoftBank on the blue side for the first time, up against PSG here on the red side. SoftBank, the hopes and dreams of LJL, of every Japanese player on that server, rests on their shoulder to get it across the line here to start their comeback. But PSG are looking so damn hot.
Yeah, SoftBank finishing for something up here in the top side. Maybe some scouting done by their coaches and trying to catch a cheeky kill with this Ashe. She can be very strong level 1. PSG are just ghosts, though. No one to be seen. No one within a volley range even from the Ashe. And nothing really gained for SoftBank. PSG, on the other hand, managed to get some wards deep in the jungle of the SoftBank side, and will help them track Forest, figure out where he's going, because I'm unsure really where he should path this game. Looks like he'll start on the red and likely path up, and we'll meet Junjia again in the river. Last time it worked out for SoftBank. This time Dasher definitely won't have prio, though.
Yeah, maybe turning around a little early. Maple gets an additional auto attack off, but probably isn't all that meaningful. Arja taking that rocket jump level 1.
Yeah, has gone press the attack. And this time Evi's gone airy on the cannon. I think Electrocute makes more sense in this lane to me, just because of how the Tristana is going to trade with him. But not to doubt Evi, he knows his stuff.
Well, it's a lot harder to proc Electrocute against a range champ, is the problem. Misses.
Yeah, it doesn't take much damage for that go, though, so pretty harmless. Betty dodges the Ash Volley nicely. This time it's SoftBank spot lane with Prio. This is the first time in the series they've had it.
Yeah, they do, but the other lanes don't.
Yeah, PSG always just manage to find 2 Prio lanes somehow. Usually because, you know, Aja, when their bot lane's in a losing matchup, is just willing to play stuff like the Tristana top and do it well.
So far, I mean, this is our first time seeing him on the Tristana. There's no reason to hide picks or anything at this stage. You know, you're 1 game away from winning the region.
Yeah,
by the time you get to Worlds, it's a different patch.
Yeah, way different meta by the time the Worlds patch rolls around. So, you know, leave it all on the table at this point. Dasher, nice dodge onto Maple's Q there. Still has his potion as well, so he's fine. In this lane, should do very well, actually. Though the problem comes if they want to fight for this top crab. Dasher is not going to be as useful as Maple until he hits level 6, and probably just can't even walk out of this lane. Junjie already finishing his camps.
Yeah, position noted though. That Hawk shot, one of the best abilities in the game. Forest looking for Aja, but it seems impossible.
Yeah,
to gank.
He's just the most difficult player to gank already, and you give him a champion like Tristana. Just a nightmare to deal with this guy.
He's looking. What's happened? Aja's flashed away, but he's stunned up. He might be able to get the trade kill, though. He's very low. Junjie gets here. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have rocket jump. And first blood for Forest on SoftBank.
Yeah, and SoftBank take an intelligent fight there.
Junjie just punching his head in, though.
Yeah,
Junjie's just giving him the 1-2, using that punching machine. He wants his carry energy, and he'll get it.
Yeah, Junjie trades a kill back, but that still feels pretty good for the side of SoftBank. It's ultimately the 2 junglers picking up these kills. The reset for Junjie is going to be a bit slower, and it was just such a nice bait by Evi. He baits Aja along the wall. This is not an easy player to gank in Aja, and he does stall them long enough that they're able to trade the kill back. And because of the position they picked to have that fight, Maple's not able to contribute at all, despite all his mid-prio.
And Maple now able to get a recall off. He gets that tear, he gets that cull, the greedy recall, but doesn't feel very punishable, and it hasn't been punished thus.
I am surprised Junjie doesn't go for the Liandry's this game.
Yeah.
Usually pretty common to go for the Liandry's on the Maokai. Forrest waited so long to do this crab. I'm not sure why it wasn't the first thing he ran out to do.
I guess while there is just all AD on his team, there is just so much damage that it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll still be surprised if this Skarner ends up looking tanky. Has a good start for himself, though, Forrest, with that kill. Did lose the double crabs, but there was so much fighting that all his camps are up anyway, and he won't really feel the impact of losing those crabs.
This is the greatest Randuin's game of all time.
Yeah.
I really, really hope that we see a Randuin's this game. Honestly, if one person got Randuin's out of Forest and Vista, the other gets Frozen Heart. You know, it probably does very well considering what they're up against.
Yeah, itemization very obvious for SoftBank. Regardless, honestly, if Junjie goes for a Liandry's or not. So maybe just wants more mid-game power. You have to close out relatively early with these kind of comps that PSG are playing. Just because of, as you said, even the Yone can get armor items later. He doesn't need to build that much damage to kill carries.
Yeah, for sure.
Junjie back up here. He's looking at these Void Grubs right now. And Maple has so much prio mid that they probably can't fight this set of Void Grubs realistically. Dasher is level 6, so is a much stronger champion at this point in the game than a Cull tier Corki. Junjie maybe recognizing that and trying to back off a little bit. Dasher trading hard.
Maple doing perfectly fine in that trade though. Now Junjie, he's back on, he's back, he's found his way into Forest. Forest, can he do anything to Aja? At least for the time being, Evie doing a pretty good job at zoning out this Tristana, but Tristana with the rocket jump probably can get in there pretty easily. Now one Void Grub picked up by Forest. He flashes onto Maple. Maple flashes away, and the stun comes through, but there is no follow-up. Junja claims that Void Grub. Dash is trying to make his way in, but Evi's found. Evi's doing the damage, though. Flash away from Evi. They do manage to find a kill onto Maple on the other side of the team fight, and now Junji and Arja running for their damn lives as they try and escape from this Evi from Dasher, and Junja will be going down. He's found a lot of damage back, though. The stun, and Evi does manage to secure himself a kill, as Arja looks like he'll be going down too. It's 4-1 early on, and a 2k gold lead almost for SoftBank as they fight back.
Yeah, Dasher commits his flash there. Unlikely he'll be missing it. Probably frustrating that he does have to use it, but you're still really happy with that as SoftBank. Actually, Vista was here much earlier than Woody for good measure too. And yet, you just saw how much more useful the Yone is in these early game fights than the Corki. Maple just has a cull and a tier, ends up just getting hunted by Forest and Dasher. The engage on the other side onto Evi just doesn't work at all. Evi just says thank you very much for jumping on top of me and gets an ulti off. And we'll get to see what happened to Maple here likely. I'm guessing Dasher just finds a nice ulti. Maple almost sidesteps it. It's Vista with the rotation to secure that. Way ahead of Woody on that roam, and SoftBank play smart here. They separate, make sure they get both of these kills as they should. Evi picks up the kill, gets a reset here. Dasher can finish off Aja and then get himself to safety.
You probably didn't need a flash in retrospect.
Yeah, just worried about nightmares about the Tristana getting a rocket jump back up, and he's not going to miss his flash too much on the Yone. This isn't a threatening comp for the Yone at all. Dasher can really run away with this game. Once again, he's in an incredible early game spot.
Forest
goodness.
Finds his way onto Maple.
He has
Ult
ulti.
available. He gets it. Oh my god, that Zeeks does so much. Here comes an Nature's Grass though, Maple. He's going to go down. It's just who gets it. The Q does mean it's secured. Bot side though, Marble going aggressive onto Betty. Can Betty get away? He's already flashed. He's already used his cleanse. He manages to get out though, and he's turning around. Couldn't call out coming through. Marble, he's got to dodge. He's going to dip and dive. 2 already used. 3 will land. 4 doesn't connect, but Woody will as he gets one back. And now it's simple as can be, and bot lane winning for PSG.
Yeah, and when PSG need a miracle, their bot lane pull one out of the hat. They're completely at a disadvantageous position here. Nice flash from Vista, gets both sums out of Betty. Marble misses his ulti there, but he can honestly just wait for his next ulti if he wants to. Marble cleanses just to be able to chase here. Look at this flash from Woody to block any volley coming out of Marble. Vista not quite in range to connect, and then Woody hits level 6 off of this Jin ulti here and is able to kill both. And look at the picture-in-picture. They are very deep onto Junjia.
Yeah, maybe getting him. No one following up.
No, not quite. Aja now stuck under his tower. Evi still has his ulti.
Yeah, no ulti available for Forest, and Tristana very good at culling down these minion waves, so should be okay up here, but still, oh my god, Maple's found again. Maple's going to go down. The fate sealed, and his fate.
Oh, he dodged a Q.
It's not sealed. He managed to dodge one single Q, and that keeps him alive.
Ooh, he's been really good at dodging those Qs. Still Dasher in an amazing position this game. This is just a really difficult Yone to deal with. You're going to need Leona and Maokai to completely focus on dealing with this guy, and that frees Evi up to do whatever he wants in these fights. Also a great Kennen game for him. So many vulnerable targets on the side of PSG.
Definitely is. Hard to find all of them, though. Very hard when there's just so much range. RJ going aggressive, going to get stunned up, not going to be able to find a very good trade for himself at all. Doing a good job of just every time bone plating is up, looking for the trades at that time.
Yeah. Trading well, but honestly not getting the result he expected at all, I imagine, on this Tristana. These river fights, and Kennen has probably gotten through the worst of the lane. He can sack minions if he wants to at this point. He's got his gold, he's got his level 6 on Kennen. Ulti coming up soon.
Maple and Woody now, first one to these Void Grubs, shall I say.
Yeah, Woody's here very early too, but he can walk in with Dasher. Some key summoners missing on the side of SoftBank.
RS is found. Oh my god! If he can't get in though, the Nature's Grass comes out in time, and Archer's free hitting. It's 1 kill. Evie, he makes his way in. The Slicing Maelstrom locks up 2. They're able to trade back. That's the 4th kill now for Dasher. He's looking for a 5th, and he'll damn well find it. The curtain call, though, it's good. 1 shot down, goes over to Archer, and the team fight's good for both teams, but a massive shutdown onto this Tristana.
Yeah, again, Aja finds himself 0-2 and gets himself back into the game with a massive shutdown. That was a ridiculous ulti from Force, but again, a little impatient because they don't have people in position and they don't have Flash quite up yet on Evie. They don't have ulti quite up in time on Dasher, so the fight should have been much more one-sided for the side of SoftBank. PSG managed to get a lot back.
Junja saving the day. This Nature's Grass stops Evie from getting into a 3-man Skarner ultimate.
Yeah, Hetty had his flash, which was coming up very soon. This fight looks really different. Still manages to have plenty of impact in this fight, Evie. And Dasher ultimately goes down surprisingly quickly to Maple with that big rocket landing on him, too. And the Ash arrow must have whiffed at some point. I didn't see where it went. But also, Betty being able to contribute to that fight while Marble couldn't makes a big difference, too.
Maple, though, he is the target again. We see Vista down here, but on a ward, so Maple should be wise enough to walk on back, and he is.
Yeah, has Flash now, so should be a lot safer on the Corki. Probably has his Triforce finished. No, doesn't have his Triforce. Dasher is 5-1. He's a monster on this Yone. He can maybe burn Maple's Flash on his own. And you expect him to. He has to do damage in these side lanes now. He cannot play this like he played the Tristana in game 1. He needs to spend time down here and exploit the advantage he's got up against Maple, and he needs his team to help. Woody is coming.
Oh, look at the damage.
Yeah.
This Dragon, once again, 3rd game in a row that Dragon not been a real priority for either of these teams. 13 minutes, still none taken.
Yeah, and 1 single neglected Void Grub, I think, has been left in the pit. Neither team all that interested in picking it up.
Play the Rune King now, finish for Aja.
Yeah, massive shutdown onto him. Always finds his way back into a game. Doesn't matter how he starts.
Oh, speaking of, Evie's going to lose his ultimate there as Aja takes off half his HP, keeps his flash, keeps his ult, and Evie's going to have to get out of there.
Yeah, top lane's a train wreck now. They need to do something about Evie. They'd rather play around this Yone, but Evie just needs help up here or he'll lose his tower.
Sealed goes wide, and Maple, he's going to go forward. Dasher has to flash away.
Yeah, ultimately it's a trade of flashes. I think that probably still favors Dasher because he can exploit this Corki so much easier without the flash. Vista and Forest won't have any trouble chasing this Corki after a Valkyrie.
Well, theoretically, obviously favoring. Oh, hold up. Nice.
Nice
buster shot.
Stunned.
Stunned, and here comes the ult. He's dead. He's dead.
Does
once
he get
again,
one,
but he
though?
doesn't get one. Oh my god, he has to flash away, and Forrest able to pick up the kill.
Jesus, all these fights so tense from the side of PSG. They make it so difficult for you to get anything off of them. And across the map, they're doing the same thing. Vista has to come down here and protect Dasher. Do they dare walk up? This is not a Triforce Corki yet, so they can maybe be greedy and try to defend this tower. Make sure Evie can get first tower blood.
Actually just teleporting onto the other side, looking for that first blood tower for the 2nd game in a row. It is a race, and
looks like PSG just get it.
PSG do get it.
Yeah, Sheen on a Corki. A lot more time, and they're going to give the solo gold to Dasher. I think recognizing that all the gold in the world doesn't really make a difference on the Kennen, as it didn't in game 2.
Junja wisely trading, getting this Cloud Dragon for himself while the Rift Shield goes down on the opposing side of the map.
Yeah, I don't think this mid tower has really been touched by SoftBank, so maybe it's wise to just hold on to this Rift Herald and not use it mid as they often do. Try, get an advantage with the Yone in a side lane and use this Rift Herald for a tier 2. That's something that could really break this game open for them. As they've gotten advantages in 2 early games in a row now, but they haven't broken PSG yet. They haven't gained control of the map in any of these games yet.
Yeah, even this game, right? Such a fed Yone, but the gold lead, ultimately only 800 gold difference, and not really the amount of gold that makes a massive difference, especially against a team so good, so talented like PSG.
Yeah, here comes the first of the armor items, though. Randuin's will be the build for Forest.
Yeah,
on the same page as you are.
Yeah, you just have to. You press tab and you realize Randuin's is the best item in the game.
Yeah, I wonder if Vista could have skipped the Warmogs. It is such a good item. But to go for like maybe a Frozen Heart, maybe a Randuin's for himself.
Yeah, I don't think I would have hated it. Definitely not the double Randuins. I think getting their attack speed slow was really nice from that Frozen Heart.
Yeah. Now Now, the game has quieted down a bit, but you notice PSG just always have to commit a member down here for Maple. He cannot be left alone. Even with the Triforce finish now, Dasher will eat him alive on this Yone. Already a counter pick in the side lanes. And with so much gold on this Yone, they just have to commit members. I want to see SoftBank not lean into this, take the bait and fight PSG on their terms, but exploit the fact that they have to send members down here for Dasher, and he's not going to be the easiest member to catch and dive either. And maybe just play across the map. Pick off Aja on the Tristana. They've already done it once. See if they can continue to do it. Betty as well, no flash, no cleanse. Can be a target for Maple with these Ash arrows. They do end up dropping the Rift Herald mid lane.
Yeah, and we'll be able to crash. See here. Won't be able to get the tower as of yet, but still a sizable chunk off that mid lane objective.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Dasher is going. Maybe he wants to match the Tristana and swap Evie down to the bot lane. Beats either of these AD carries. In the side lane, does Dasher. Forest behind Aja.
Yeah, Aja, he's going to have to use that buster shot. He does. He's going to be fine.
Hang on. See if Forest has something to say. Does not.
Yeah, not going through a wall means he loses a lot of range on that wall glide, space glide, moonwalk ability.
Yeah, I am surprised he went for the Merc Treads. You understand why into the Leona Maokai, but Tabbies feel so good. And yeah, they do want to swap the Kennen into the Corki, where he'll have a much easier time, be in less danger of just dying. Whereas Dasher's going to have a similarly easy time dealing with this Tristana, as he is with the Corki, always a threat.
Yeah, now Vista coming up, and what would you know? The game looks doomed for PSG, but they're up gold, and now comes the teleports, and HSG G1 going to come out. Dash is going to use that Fate Seal, does get himself out, but a nice Enchanted Crystal Arrow will connect here onto Woody. Now, they can fight, potentially can the SHG, but they've lost a lot of power here on their Yone, who is in so much power. Mid tower should be able to be picked up by Marble here, as they have their fast track onto that objective, and ultimately, nothing becomes of this top lane skirmish.
Yeah, few TPs used, Maple commits his, Evie commits his, and it looked a little scary for SoftBank there, but Marble keeping his cool and staying in the mid lane. Chucks an arrow to help his team out. Good comms by SoftBank to just get out of there and take the mid tower. Discipline we haven't seen from them so far in this series. We need more of this as they take the gold lead back now.
Certainly do. Although, narrow margins either side. PSG were up by like 200, 300. Now SoftBank up with 600 at the moment. But, you know, Maple, he's actually been given time, despite the rough position he's found himself in, to make his way to these 2 item spikes, and he's getting ridiculously close at this point.
Yeah, 300 stacks on the tier is still a surprising amount of gold from where he's at, as the supports will meet each other in the river here. Have a little awkward standoff. Vista kind of trying to bait an E out of Woody maybe and take him over the wall. But Betty seems much more willing so far this game to move than Marble. Ash is strong in these fights, hang on.
Oh, comes out, it's onto Ginger, and he's not going to be the best target in the world as he is going to get that phase rush pop out, and Forest no ultimate. Now Dasher, his ult still down, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto Woody, probably not the target you wanted. Junji goes forward with that twisted advance, and Forest goes down. It's 1 for PSG. Dasher finds a 2-man, and he's got 1 back for them. He is going to try and get this E. He has the ability to snap back, but not able to find it. The buster shot from Aja peels that team fight. It's a 1 for 1, both junglers going down.
Yeah, and that favors PSG. SoftBank did not even have Evie there in the fight. He was able to pick up some waves, didn't push the bot wave the whole way, tried to just run up there. An ambitious attempt to run from his bot tier 2 to the top tier 1 from Evie. Could probably have just stayed and farmed those waves, but you're still happy to pick up the 4v5 even trade for SoftBank. They did lose the flash on Dasher though, and importantly, PSG's carries all keeping their own.
Yeah, and Betty, building the Mosquito build, won't be doing any damage for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, we said this about Wako yesterday, though, and he picked up a Quadra not too long after. Can definitely be a threat on this Jhin. Has a lot of threat coming back his way, though. Has both his sums now. Marble and Vista doing a good job of keeping this Jhin's cleanse and flash down, but while it's been down, Betty's been perfectly safe, and SoftBank haven't been able to capitalize.
Yeah, second dragon of the game now up. Up and available. It is that Infernal Dragon.
This series might have the lowest dragon prio I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's
in
like
years in a competitive
15
game.
minutes before first dragon taken.
Yeah.
Neither team caring at all. Void Grubs being their objective of choice. Teleport now coming through. This is going to be Dasher arriving. Remember, no flash available. He does have his ult this time, however. Keep an eye on Evie. Arja trying to mark him, trying to be on that Tristana, get that flank, but Flash available. He's looking for it over the wall. He's not going to be able to find it. The blast cone will hurt. Nature's Grass comes out. This Dragon's going to be picked up. Junju with that Q smite is able to find it. The face seal onto 2. And Benny, he's in no man's land and goes down. Dash is running through the fight. Forrester's 2 and Vista finds Maple. SoftBank, they're down 2 games, but they're not out as they continue fighting forward. They find 2. They lose the Dragon, but the gold in their favor and they're routing PSG. Maple with a nice Valkyrie gets himself out and Arja is going to get smited down. Woody will fall too, and Maple not long after. He's fighting back, but he can do nothing. It's a clean ace for SoftBank Hawks.
Finally, they've broken PSG. We complained about how even these games would stay despite the advantages for SoftBank. Forrest loses the smite there, but lands an insane ulti. Finds Betty with his flash available on the ulti. Dasher, it's easy as that to follow up. Aja keeps Evie out of that fight, but he limps away on 1 HP afterwards. We didn't see what happened between the 2 top laners, but it looked like Evie certainly got the better of him. And the rest of the fight was just a complete run over, as you said, by Dasher. Gets onto Junjia here to try stop him, and it looks scary for Dasher because he doesn't have the E on Yone. This can be a one-way trip where he just goes down quickly. Maple immediately turns onto him there, but he takes out Jin so early. There's no one to help Maple. The rest of these tanks on the side of SoftBank get straight onto Maple too. Vista plays really well here, calling his teammates over. Marble runs up to make sure they get the maximum too. Be greedy, get all of the kills. The other 2 aren't going anywhere. Just because they're PSG doesn't mean they can make these kind of miracles happen. And now Maple.
Oh, Maple caught out this time and Dash is there. That's a very dead Corki. And everything's coming up. SoftBank here in game number 3.
Yeah, 8-1 and 2. We said Dasher needed to step up, and maybe he's wishing he picked the Yone in game 1 now because he's having a ridiculous game here, redeeming himself for the lead he threw away in that second game. What a bounce back from Dasher.
Yeah, Junja no flash, not able to get into that pit, so this will just be the Baron going down, but PSG very good at realizing there's nothing to do, and look at them punish. That's 2 towers now taken. A tier 2 in the bot lane, a tier 1 in the mid lane, so not giving over this Baron for free.
Can they get these guys out though?
Yeah, the teleport coming through. It's going to be Evie. Nature's Grass comes, they found Junja. Junja's though, he's got the phase rush, he's stunned up, but now he is sprinting away.
There's no way. Are they going to finish these recalls in the jungle?
Not Woody.
Oh, maybe they can pull off miracles for PSG. Maybe they just abandon Woody.
Does evolve.
Can PSG get the maximum?
Oh, he misses Zenith Blade. He's stunned up now and does not have flash.
So much of SoftBank's Baron is just chasing this Leona.
Yeah, living, dodging everything. Will go down a bit. Oh my god. Oh my lord.
Okay.
Throws up the thumbs up, and I would be too.
Woody, maybe some mental games there, and it was a really nice pick onto Maple to secure this Baron here, but again, PSG, I don't know how they do it, but they pick up a bunch of gold while this is happening in these outer turrets, and it's something that no other team has done as well as they do. SoftBank, though, still a very respectable Baron power play. Arrow goes wide.
Arrow goes wide. Vista now onto Junjum. Not the man you want. He'll stun it onto the tower.
Okay.
He finds a way onto BD, but BD has the cleanse. Is he able to survive? No, he's burning. He's burning the Leandre. He's going to take him out. Maybe just no. It's Heavy who goes down. And it feels like we've wasted our Baron.
Yeah, Dasher didn't have TP. That was such a crazy committal from Evie. That was only his first death of the game. He's been playing very well, but just not patient enough there. Gold lead still heavily favoring SoftBank, but you have to imagine this is the end of their Baron push.
Yeah, Dasher trying to do things up in the top lane. Still a very, very credible threat. 8-1 on the Yone. He has a QSS now to make life for him even just that much easier. But with your top laner dead, no teleport, no flash, it feels like there's nothing really more to do here.
Yeah, had Dasher just had another 10 seconds in the top lane, he'd be up 700 gold, taking that tier 2. I don't think anyone can stand alone against him to defend, even under the turret. I imagine Aja and Maple go down pretty quickly to this Yone.
Maple maybe just finally finishing his second item as he channels a recall. Will do it. There's the Mirror Mana. Corki now a credible threat. Betty, 3 items here on the Jhin. He has his Mortal Reminder now. Will be doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, still going to have a hard time getting through the likes of Vista and Forest. Dasher, too, once he finishes this Infinity Edge, did stop for a QSS to help him out against the Maokai and the Leona. Uh-oh. Who is in trouble here? Is it Woody or Vista? Hard to say. Vista is completely alone.
Yeah. Ultimately, neither support ending up pulling the trigger there as water will be cleared out.
Yeah, and I like the setup so far from SoftBank. They've got Dasher with his TP in the top lane. They need to contest this Dragon. They actually commit the TP very early from Yone.
4k gold advantage and a lot of it sitting there on this Yone, on Dasher.
Yeah, the waves are very good for SoftBank. They need to pick up this Dragon. Don't give PSG Soul Point for no reason.
Yeah, plus the Mountain Dragon is insane when you're up against what is essentially a full 80 AP comp.
Yeah, you probably don't even need the Soul to be able to call it with a Mountain Drag. Arrow lands.
Just arrow, and oh my god, we found Junja. Junja's dead. QSS is going to be used, and Dasher, he takes a lot of damage, but with one person dead, with your jungler out of the picture, this Dragon's just going to go over. Woody though, Woody finds Heavy. Maple going forward. The slicing Maelstrom's good, but not good enough as it's not going to be landing onto RJ or onto Maple, and all of a sudden it's a 4v4, but 3 members of SoftBank pushing down this mid lane, and just a Jhin to defend, you're not going to be able to do anything.
Actually take this though, they do have the Void Grubs.
Curtain Call coming out, lands one onto Dasher, will miss the second. Third lands onto Vista, and the fourth does go wide as well. Forest trying to solo up this Dragon, but he is just a Skarner. It's going to take a long time.
Yeah, his team will come help him out now, and they should be okay. They TP Maple up to the top lane, getting as much farm on this Corki as they can, while SoftBank are distracted. And I thought PSG might just get collapsed on there, but SoftBank opt to go for the mid-tier 1, so they put this game one team fight away from a win for themselves. If they have another clean team fight, as they've been having, they will just be able to end straight down mid now. Only 2 towers in their way.
Certainly will. Now, blue buff will be yoinked away here by PSG. I don't think ultimately SoftBank will be that upset about losing that considering the game state. But still, I mean, how good are PSG? It feels like they should be completely out of this game. It's 17-8. But they're only 4k gold behind, and look at the towers. They're actually just remaining even.
Yeah, it's miraculous. I don't know how they do it every time. Even in that previous sequence, they just managed to get a bunch of farm onto Maple and to pick onto Evie. Pretty unjustifiable, but they do it every time.
Absolutely. 1 minute until this Baron is spawning. It's going to be a very difficult fight. Junja, he doesn't have flash here. Makes it a lot harder for him to access Marble, access Dasher.
Yeah, and Forrest honestly is looking great on this Skarner. I was worried when he locked this that it was some kind of ego pick where he's angry at Junjia playing Skarner against his tank, so he's doing it back to him. But he's looked fantastic on the Skarner.
Yeah, and built really well. That Randuin's doing so much. Yeah. Arja teleporting away, thinks that he's under too much threat. And
PSG without teleports now for quite a while. Evie has his now and can really shove out this bot lane and pressure the Baron with his team.
Yeah, I think PSG probably should be okay. The Tristana will just be able to gain priority in that lane. He's scared now that he's under attack, but now he's walking up to his wave.
Yeah, I want SoftBank to just hit this off spawn. I don't think they'll be in position to. They see Aja in the bot lane. They should just go for this right away.
3 items now. For a long time, Maple just sitting at those 1.5, but now Rapid Fire Cannon online. The one time that maybe Armor Pen justifiable. No armor pin to be seen.
Yeah, and this should just be an unplayable map state for PSG, but SoftBank are really reluctant to hit the Baron right now, and they're going to pay for it. Aja's going to force someone down here. Only Evie can go, and he doesn't love just sitting under his tower against Tristana. Now he has to decide between TPing. Actually, he stays. Very intelligent from Evie.
Yeah.
Gets spotted out, though.
Massive amounts of damage coming over that wall from Maple, and Junja has to find a way in. Remember, he has no flash, and Chadakrisara goes wide. Beating with the curtain call. He's going to find his way to the pit. No, he won't. And it's the Baron picked up here for SoftBank. Dasher does not make it over that wall as curtain call. Going to use all 4 shots and no success. Now Woody finds a nice solar flare, and down will go Forrest. Oh, Willie, he gets the ult back, and Junja's trying to run away, and look at them slicing Maelstrom. So much damage. Maple locked up in the bottom of the fight, and PSG, they have 1 member to kill. They get that kill, but down goes Archer, and Betty is last alive. It's a 1v4, and there's no way in hell that he's getting out.
Oh, Dasher just catches him. Actually uses the QSS to remove a slow there. Dasher has a montage fight there. Evie plays very patiently, and quietly, Marble has taken this top tower. Can they end off of this? I think they just can.
Yeah, double teleport. Evi spawning. He will have it available to himself. A lot of damage. Only Junja spawning. He has flash now. He has smite. Can he defend in time? He's got 14 seconds until Maple does respawn. Now it's Woody and Junja, the two tanks. There's no damage coming out. Dash is going forward. Maple spawning soon. Xenoblade will connect here onto Dasher, but Junja, he flashes away. He's getting very low. Now teleport coming through. It's Nexus Tower number 2 going down. It's SoftBank who will take game number 3. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hands.
What a monster performance from Dasher. He has to be proud of himself after that one. So often when they need him to step up, does Dasher step up? How incredibly did he play the Yone in that game? We said it was a good Yone game for him, but Jesus, we didn't expect that kind of performance.
Yeah, an absolute pop-off game there from Dasher, and 3 games have been, and finally it is on that third that SoftBank will get one on the board, and truly fighting now for that first position to put their name in the history book of the last PCS playoffs as we know it.
Yeah, now PSG will have their opportunity to respond. They're going to go on the blue side likely. Seems like the stronger side in this series for now. And I wonder how the Skarner pick is going to be treated. It's undefeated in this series. Seems just incredibly strong. It's really strong in these early game river fights and scales super well into the game. A complete pivot from what the meta has been so far on this patch, the AP junglers.
Yeah. Well. I mean, coming into this third game, it didn't feel like SoftBank really had it, but my God, did Dasher put on a performance.
Yeah.
A true 1v9.
Yeah.
A true 1v9. I mean, Forest as well playing fantastically, but when it comes to the playmaking, I mean, Dasher just got ahead early and kept it so well for himself.
Yeah, and both ADCs having just a really quiet game. Felt like it really does favor SoftBank, especially with the Ashe that, sure, the Jhin was getting to these fights and throwing some ultis out, but the Ashe ults can just have so much more impact from a distance than the Jhin ultis, in my opinion anyway. When you've got a full AD team and 2 armor stacking tanks on the side of SoftBank anyway.
Oh, my heart can't take much more here, Omar.
Yeah.
My heart can't take much. This has been, what a thrilling finals, honestly.
Yeah.
Just the amount of fantastic plays that each team have been making throughout the games. Even, both games that SoftBank won, they've been making some fantastic plays. And as has PSG, even in that game, I mean, they were clawing their way back from what seemed like an insurmountable deficit.
Yeah, as they always seem to. And it wasn't like big moments in the second or this third game. PSG will just find these weird moments and weird fights where they can just get a little bit more gold than they should be, and then it makes you a little nervous that this gold lead isn't growing as fast as it should, or sometimes even going the wrong way, and then suddenly you've lost the game. That's what happened in Game 2 anyway, and we were worried that was going to happen in Game 3, but just a solid performance all around from SoftBank. Evie maybe losing his nerve surprisingly there a little at the end on the Tier 2 Siege, getting ahead of himself, and impatience has been the name of the game. I think that's a problem they'll have less as they go into this series.
Yeah.
As you get a little more used to playing against PSG, and almost their style throughout the series, PSG has been pick 0 engage and let them come to us and outplay them. Not able to do it in this game. SoftBank definitely getting the better of them behind Dasher.
Yeah, and I wonder with PSG almost certainly going to be on the blue side, how this impacts the game, in the sense that, do we still just ban the Rumble? Because SoftBank haven't been banning Rumble.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. I think the Skarner is the pick. I think with the Lilia off the table, with the Zyra off the table especially, these tank shredding junglers aren't available. You're never picking Nidalee into Skarner, I don't think. So the Skarner just looks invincible. He struggled with that one fight against the Maokai early. He wasn't doing that well in the 1v1, and I don't think he does super well into the Sedge or the Maokai early game, but I mean, Force was just a monster. He had more impact than Junjia in this game.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see Junjia on the likes of a Maokai or a Sejuani again. The Skarner felt like he just had way more agency. He was zipping around all over the map.
Yeah, I also don't think we're going to see RJ on the Tristana. While it looked fine for him, it didn't really do anything for the team, and RJ is a fantastic team player.
Yeah.
So it feels like we're wasting one of RJ's biggest talents, biggest strengths.
Yeah, and there were moments where it looked like the lane was about to break apart for Evie as he's getting chunked out on the cannon, having to use his ulti just to defend himself from a regular Tristana trade. We thought he'd lose his tower very quickly, but SoftBank played the macro really intelligently and swapped Dasher into him. Forrest, as you see there, it's hard to give him the MVP over
Dasher.
Old Dasher this game, but 87 KP on the Skarner. Should be very proud of himself here. Vista as well, doing something you don't often see, beating Woody to the roam.
Yeah.
Reading the map better than Woody, and you
Dasher.
gotta give him MVP now.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
We don't see that often.
We can get rid of that S, guys. It is the star of the game.
Yep.
And there it is.
Yeah, and honestly,
it was off the Void Grubs.
Yeah, it was off the Void Grubs, exactly. It was a fresh level 6 Yone versus a fresh level 6 Corki. Yone had his boots, Corki had a Cull and a Tier. Already Yone is favored in those fights, as often is the case in the melee versus range matchups. Corki needs a lot more time before he's ready to take those dragon fights, or they just have to look a lot cleaner than they did. Also, once Evie got 6 on the Kennen as well, he was just way more useful than Aja, despite Aja's best efforts. Evie plays this fight really intelligently, but it really just was a Dasher highlight reel. Evie holding his nerve here, way different than how he's been playing the rest of this mid-late game. They're completely focused on taking down Forest, Dasher getting his Q off, stacking it up, and then he finds this pick onto the Maokai. This ulti is onto the Corki. Maple goes down very quickly to this guy. Nice follow-up from Vista too. Evie tanking 3, gets his Zhonya's off too. And eventually they're able to clean these guys up too. What a performance from Dasher.
Yep. One thing I must say about PSG is I can almost with 100% certainty tell you that Yone is now banned.
Yeah.
Because they're not like other teams. They don't care if it's
they're
like...
They're not going to ego it.
Yeah, there's no point in being like, oh, we can change it. Like SoftBank have, right? They've just been giving RJ Rumble. They gave him Rumble twice. This time, put them on the red side and PSG banned the Rumble. PSG aren't like that. Even if they were on the same side, they're just going to be like, oh, well, we'll just get rid of Yone and then prove you can beat us without it. And so far, they haven't. So I think it's just, well, we banned Yone here. What do they drop for that? I'm not entirely sure as of yet, but I can almost 100% guarantee that it will be banned.
Yeah, and last time they banned, I think their bans have been Renekton, Rumble... What was the other thing? Renekton, Rumble, Vi. They've always been banning the Vi. I think they maybe just leave the Renekton up. Though Evie has proved he can take them out with that pick previously. He had a ridiculous game last split on the Renekton. I wonder how it changes the draft though, because it's been AP in the top side, which frees up the mid laners and the junglers to pick a lot more freely, and I'm excited to see this draft either way.
Yeah, I am too, but first we're going to give everyone a break, give the teams ready to prepare for their next game. Game number 4 now, as we fight for that Silver Scrapes. Electric. The bounce back, immaculate.
Yeah.
And SoftBank, they're looking to bring us to a game 5, but they will be now on the red side.
How insane is Dasher's mental to have the exact same start in the previous game, completely fumble it, and then get another nice lead for himself, and this time just play immaculately the entire time. I think he went down just once, but got a lot for that one death, and then didn't go get a single death for the rest of the game. Picked up an early QSS with all his extra money. I think he finished like 12-1. 13-1 on the Yone. Not the easiest feat against PSG, who, when they pick a target to kill, can often do it very easily, it feels like. But now they've got to solve the red side, SoftBank. They've only lost on the red side, got one win on the blue side, and the draft felt much better.
Yeah, for them to win now, they have to win out on the red side.
Yeah.
Consistently.
Yeah, they have to win every game on the red side now. Need 2 in a row. PSG likely going to pick blue if they lose this one again. And I think it starts with the Skarner. Honestly, whoever has gotten the Skarner has looked like the better jungler in this series, which is not what I was expecting. No. I was expecting Junjia as probably our best player in the PCS to just tear through SoftBank, but wasn't able to on the Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, PSG looking about how they usually do.
Yeah, not phased by that one loss, maybe a little frustrated with themselves, but did certainly make it very difficult for SoftBank.
They did. Here we I love Eri, man. He's got so much charisma.
Yeah. The Riz Lord himself. Maokai banned away now by PSG.
Should probably be a Yone now.
Yeah, do they ban the Yone or do they ban the Renekton? Usually they're banned here. Boris has his fists out, yeah.
Color me surprised.
Now, this should probably still just be the Lilia banned by SoftBank.
I mean, Rumble, it's just a first pick Rumble again, and RJ has looked unstoppable.
Yeah, every game has just looked like a monster, and the team just plays so well around the Rumble pick too. I don't think if you give up the Rumble, I don't think you can let them get Rel.
It should just be the Rumble. I don't see why you'd change that.
Yeah. I guess maybe the Renekton matchup is a little more difficult for the Rumble, but
Not
we
really.
haven't seen it.
I think it's easier for the Rumble than the Kennen.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen the Rumble struggle into anything. It's like Ashe taken away.
Yep.
And the Skarner, yeah, okay, so SoftBank recognizing how good this pick is.
But
Gia doesn't have to opt into a tank this time.
Yes, and ultimately the Skarner's not going to get away with only building armor.
Yeah. Yeah, much less tanky will Forrest be on the Skarner. A lot more pressure on him to perform in the early game. And land important ultimates. Junjia will just opt into the tank matchup.
Yeah, okay, interesting. I would have thought he goes for something a little bit more high prio in terms of that autonomy. You know, something like the Viego, something that's very, very good at.
Now, Maple may just be going for his 4th game on Corki here. They can just, on SoftBank, take a Smolder for the mid lane.
They could, yeah.
Here. They would drop the Kennen, but I wouldn't mind seeing a different look for Evie in the top lane.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like it will be the Kennen locked in, which means we're going to get another Zeri Smolder. And, I mean, what is Dasher going to play at that stage, right?
Yeah,
the Yone's gone, everything's gone.
The Tristana just didn't look good.
Yeah.
Not compared to even the Zeri looked better in game 2 until it fell apart for them. Now, for the side of SoftBank, they can take out the Jhin, they can take out the Ezreal, probably force Betty onto something like a Caitlyn. Not a meta pick at all. Though we have seen Cristata drop a 20 bomb on the Caitlyn out of the mid lane.
That's right, 21 kills he got against SoftBank.
Yeah, true. So they're very aware of the Caitlyn pick. Is a pretty good pick into the Ashe, but the Ashe is so much more useful, and you will hit a pretty stomach-turning power trough in this mid-game with a Caitlyn and a Corki.
But yeah, you do have the Rumble. That almost feels like it single-handedly makes up for any power trough.
Rom banned away by PSG.
Okay.
I think if you're SoftBank, you just probably take the Rel as the 4th pick here out of these bans. Should just be the Ezreal now. Usually what we see. Picked into the Ashe alongside the MF and Jhin. No, they just want to get rid of the Alistair and allow Evie to have impact on this cannon.
Yeah, now let's have a look. What are we going to pick up here as our last ban? Nothing really stands out as we need to ban this. Maybe the Smolder, but interestingly, you can't ban both. Okay, so Renata getting rid of that lane dominant pairing.
Shouldn't this just be a Rel insta-lock?
Yeah.
For SoftBank, yeah. There's no need to even think about it. The Rel feels amazing here and is a really good deny. There's the Ezreal that they decided to go for the Ali ban instead. And if Woody's not willing to play the Poppy, there's not that many good matchups into the Rel with them banning the Renata and the Braum themselves.
Now, is he going to lock this? Feels like he will.
Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know what else you play into Ashe.
Yeah, and it's Biddy. I mean, he literally 1v9'd against BLG at MSI on this champion.
Maybe the Rakan for Woody. His turn. Vista had a pretty good game on the Rakan. No, he goes for the Leona.
Again, it is a good pick into the Ashe.
Yeah.
In isolation. It's going to force the cleanse, which, I mean, you don't really hate that much. And Zeri will be that last pick. Dasher already having a good start to a game on Zeri. Definitely fell off as the game progressed forward.
Yeah, will be looking to redeem himself on the Zeri. I think if he has another start like he's had in the 2 previous games, he won't be making the same mistakes he made previously. Though maybe even harder to navigate the Zeri than it was in game 2. The Skarner feels easier to kite and avoid than just a Sejuani ult. You can't take cleanse in the mid lane. But honestly, the big thing here is just Aja back on this Rumble.
Yeah.
That he somehow just manages to get fed on no matter what in this losing matchup.
And it will be once again, 3rd time now we get to see Rumble versus Kennen. This is the 4th game of the series, and the 4th game that Evie's been on the Kennen.
Yeah, PSG just completely disrespecting this pick for Evie. I think it's one of his signature champions. So I'm surprised he's been able to get it so often, and it's thanks to his mid laner and jungler, right, who are drawing these bans on things like the Vi and the Yone that are very unconventional.
Yeah. But also just, honestly, a lot of it is just PSG's drafting, right? They just nominate something that they think is really annoying that the other team performs well on and just ban it. It doesn't matter if it's meta, it doesn't matter whatever the case is, just ban what they're good at and it's fine. We'll just move on with the draft that way.
Yeah.
And it's what they've been doing here. It's what they've been doing throughout the last 2 years, really. And it continues to work for them. So if it ain't broke, why fix it? And here we won't have it fixed, but we do now load into game number 4. It's PSG once again returning to that blue side. 2 wins on it. And SoftBank, they've only lost on the red side. And they will be once again trying to fight for that win this time.
Yeah, and they'll once again be fighting for Vision up here in the top lane. They are aware that Woody is up here. Woody also spots them out, so it's probably going to be the other side of the PSG boys just pushing into the enemy jungle, getting wards down. They actually haven't gone for any wards yet. It's just that solitary ward in the top lane for SoftBank. In the middle bush, in the lane. Are they going to invade Raptors here? SoftBank have no idea this is happening, probably.
RG checking out that bush. That's the electric harpoon.
Back to his red buff. Goes Junjia.
Gonna be coming up top again, and Forest learned his lesson after game number 1.
Yeah.
Don't want to be pathing away from your top laner.
Yeah. Post 6, I think he can make his way down bot. Woody, if he can find an opportunity to get Marble's cleanse off him, you can be very scary on this Sejuani into something immobile like the Ashe. But honestly, we saw Dasher have a ridiculous early game on this area. If you remember game 2, he showed up to this lane missing about 30% of his HP, and by the time we panned back mid, he was full HP, full mana, no teleport used, and Maple was missing half his HP. So who knows how that's happened, but he's playing the Zeri very well and justifying it over the more conventional Smolder pick that we're seeing these days. He gets level 2 first, ease forward, dodges the Q, and we're seeing how these trades are going so well for Dasher. Looking very crisp on the Zeri.
Yeah.
Strong laner, this guy. Is getting a counter pick every game, to be fair to old Maple.
Maple connects with that Q, but Doesn't really matter that much. Oh, honorable thumbs up. Yeah, that's good. Like to see the honorable thumbs up.
Now Evie once again getting prio in this lane, and maybe for the first time in this series, SoftBank have 2 prio lanes.
Yeah, I mean, they had those before. The bounce back is where Junja really struck in that game 1, if you remember. Managed to find the dive up top lane.
What was the matchup there, Tris Corky?
Game 1? Yeah. Tris Corky.
Yeah, gonna finish up his blue buff, and looks like his clear is a tiny bit faster than Forest. Woody is up here.
Yeah, Woody's just strolled in, won't be able to find the Zenith Blade.
Yeah, Betty, again, he's so good at finding these early resets to get either a cull or a tier. And it's going to mean that he hits his spike so early on this Ezreal, and, you know, if Maple struggles like he did last game to get his 2-item spike, at least Betty will have his and give his team, you know, someone strong to play around, because this is going to be a really fast tier stack for him.
Yeah, I don't remember. Was it PSG versus CFO, where the bot lane of PSG were able to just lock them in the lane? Flash is going to have to come out. He's not going to use it. He's going to get stunned up. He's very low. The scrap shield not going to come up. And first blood for Evie up in this top lane. Junja too slow on the play.
Yeah, disrespecting the Skarner range. His teammates put a lot of games on it, but maybe hasn't been on the receiving end of it. Aja gets stunned up, loses his flash. Does get Evie's flash off him too, but said Forest needed to have a good early game. This isn't going to be a tanky scaling late game Skarner this game. And so far, so good for Forest. Beats Stringia to the punch. So much attention on the mid lane.
Yeah.
And you understand why PSG are doing it. When Dasher faced some attention in the previous game he was in this matchup, he just went down despite a massive lead.
Yeah. I mean, the story of the series almost has been which mid laner gets the most fed.
Yeah, that is true. There's so much action happening around them as we're going to see Aja, just disrespect the range from the Skarner. Has a Sejuani here, maybe baits him in. Now you're not worried yet. Got to be frustrating for the coaching staff. You're just screaming flash.
Yeah,
at your
just
top
scratching
laner.
his head.
And oh god, what happened to Marble? He's lost his flash and had to recall on a massive wave here.
What's happened to Evie? I mean, just didn't recall and
yeah, has TP still, so Evie should be okay. I'm not not super worried about him. Marble falling behind so early in this lane though. Keeps his cleanse though importantly, which honestly might be more important against the Leona than your flash.
Yeah.
But Junjia now has a weak point to exploit on the map. Forest will just be living up in top lane probably. I don't think he should turn around and start trying to protect his bot lane. That is not the way to play against PSG, I think.
I mean, Void Grubs have been game deciding this game, and Woody already being up here. They're sending a bunch of people. Junja gets spotted, and it will mean that they are aware as to the positioning of both Woody as well as Junja, of course. And
yeah, and I guess it's the Void Grub prio that is having PSG up here rather than exploiting this Ashe.
Forest coming through, won't be able to find anything onto Junja, who does wisely use that Arctic Assault to not be pinned against a wall and also be taken down, because, I mean, you prefer having a Zeri in these fights generally.
Nice movement from Dasher. He's been looking sharp ever since game 3. Continues to do so, dodging these skill shots. Just a standoff in the mid lane. Hard to really say who this favors, honestly.
Woody finds his way onto Forest. Is it going to be enough, though? The stuns are good, and there's a lot of damage. But Dasher uses that lightning crash. Woody, with the exhaust, uses immediately onto the Zeri, lowering their damage so much. The Permafrost comes through, the Q, the Phosphorus Bomb, the Zenith Blade. Can you follow up, though? No! Dasher will survive!
Okay, but it still kind of just sucks for SoftBank. They end up all getting away on a sliver of HP. They did rotate Aja down here, so he's going to lose out on a bit of CS, but Maple again is going to get to shove these waves. Doesn't even use his flash there, so has that advantage now over Dasher. And Junjia is going to pick up these 3 Void Grubs. Though he might not get all 3 with Evie on his way down here, actually. Maple's hanging around, very low HP and mana. Is he going to go for something sneaky onto Dasher? Forest has actually pretty smartly read how much Junjia has been prioritizing these Void Grubs and taken away his red from him. I like that play from Forest. And at some point, you can just start taking these dragons, right? If PSG love these, Junjia has just spent so much time not farming up here. you can go do your camps as Forest. Trust your teammates to play safe. It's only 3 Void Grubs at the end of the day. You can fight the next one.
Yeah, this next Void Grub will give Junja 6. Evie does have to be a little bit careful of that. We've seen it before. They're able to combo this top lane, use that equalizer to just burn down Evie on the cannon.
He's got no help coming. Could be scary for Evie up here.
Yeah, Archer recalling though, should be fine. Forest.
Let's play bot lane. He's going to find no one though.
Yeah, thinking Woody is just in that bush, but he is on the way mid again.
Can just take all of Junjia's camps if you want them though. He kind of abandons his top laner in doing so.
Just a crash down, not going to connect onto Woody, but 1Q will, and Woody has nowhere to go, no flash. He's just going to be taken out, getting way too aggressive, trying to trade damage back on a Forest, but it's not going to matter.
Yeah,
and that's the second kill now over the side of SoftBank as they take a lead once again here in game number 4.
Yeah, good damage out of Maple back onto Forest will prevent any dragons from going down, but Forest really has to rush back to these top camps, defend his top camps. Junji is pinged on his way to the red buff. Aja is posturing like he wants to fight at this red buff too. Forest has his ulti, Junji has his ulti. But you have to imagine Dasher gets to the play much quicker. And maybe Junji changing his mind. Won't be diving this cannon, won't be contesting these top camps. And by the time he gets down to bot lane, Marble's flash will be up, so it's not obvious what to do here. If you're Junji, just probably going for a full clear.
Yeah, surprising we don't see any priority over this dragon. It feels like now's a perfect opportunity for Junja to just stroll into that pit and take it.
Yeah. Yeah, Forest is stuck up here on the top side for quite a while. They see Junjia now. See if that incentivizes Forest to maybe skip a camp and head down here. So maybe bot lane is the last place you want to fight around. Ashe is really strong at this point in the game, but they've been struggling in the 2v2. You prefer to fight around your stronger member, Evie here, and Dasher. Junjia, yeah. Kind of unsure what to do. Forest can just full clear here if he wants to.
Be able to, yeah, Lightning Crash used mid.
Ooh.
Maple's completely fine.
Yeah, that is going to mean Junjia might be looking at this dragon now without the Zeri ultimate.
Yeah, he is pathing down there. Dragon started here for Forest. But once again, there is no ultimate for Zeri. This is going to be known. The bot lane, Woody would be communicating that bot lane is going there. And yeah, Junjia's coming. He has level 6. He's in the pit.
Yeah,
what can Forest do? He's trying to stop it. Teleport coming through. Arja, he's so good at joining his team in these moments, and Forest is going to go down. It's Maple who gets one back for himself.
Yeah, and that's just a confusing dragon start from SoftBank. It's the first point in this game where they're weaker than PSG to hit the dragon, and they hit it for whatever reason without the Zeri ult available. Forest also had an item ready for himself in base there, and all his camps up. He could have just gotten himself a nice little advantage onto Junjia. Instead, they give up a kill and the dragon. Still almost a 1k gold lead.
Oh my god.
Lord.
Maple has flash too. Dodgy.
Yeah, scary. Doesn't have quite enough mana to push this in. Looks like he'll get a plate. Dasher will recall TP back in. Pick up what's left of this wave. It's just a Valkyrie straight onto Dasher, and Maple super accurate, lands all his spells, almost gets himself a kill doing so.
Yeah, probably. I think he could have flash autoed as he fired that last thing.
He had an opportunity to, in that mid fight as well, I think, to flash onto Dasher and finish him off.
Yeah.
So Maple really holding on to that summoner spell.
I guess after how the last game went, many times just randomly getting caught by Forest with that ult, just keeping it for defensive play might actually be beneficial.
Yeah,
like you might get a kill immediately, but then find yourself losing out a lot as the game progresses.
Interestingly, PSG have put Aja down in the bot lane, which means they won't be prioritizing this next set of Void Grubs, and if they send Evie down here to match on SoftBank, which they are, it means that these Void Grubs should just be theirs for the taking.
Yeah, but Aja's already pushed it in and walking up there. I think they do prioritize it because they put their bot lane closer to the objective. Now Aja, he pushes in the wave, he's going to be able to join, and Evie's not going to push his advantage. We know this already. It's what every team does. They just send their top laner there, clear the wave. They have teleport available. They can join their team. He's upper level now as Evie.
Yeah, and an item completed. Are you sure you want to fight this cannon if you're PSG? They're on the Void Grubs.
Marble finding nice poke. Junja coming though, teleport now. Arctic Assault does come through. He does actually get stunned up first though, and Evie now here. They are kind of getting routed, and it's a nice solar flare and an even better equalizer. Dashing to flash away. It is going to be a dodge on that Glacial Prison as Anchada Cristero comes through, lands on a Archer. Nice exhaust onto Evie though. Stops that slicing Maelstrom from just one-shotting everyone. As a stun onto Marble. Marble's going aggressive. Forest not going to be able to find Betty. Junja's going to go down. Look at Evie. Look at Dasher. There's so much damage, but look at Maple. Archer flashes forward. It's a 2 for 2 in the extended play. And the health bars are pretty much even. This fight is so wild.
Yeah, such a close fight. It was Marble kind of looking like the hero, flashing to finish off. I believe it was Woody at the time. Maybe it was Junjia, actually. Every flash used on the Rift apart from Forests in that fight. The kills, importantly, going to the ADCs on the side, on both sides, I think. This engage was so ridiculous from PSG, but SoftBank honestly played really well to kite out this engage. Evie, if not for this incredible exhaust from Woody, wipes the entirety of PSG. And yeah, it was Woody that Marble flashed onto here. Betty has to use his own flash, and we question Maple holding onto his flash for so long, but he shows us why he's been holding onto it here. Nice sidestep from Evie, forces a flash out of Aja to finish him off. And looks like it's PSG picking up the Void Grubs. They were able to use these so well. And again, it was a TP advantage for SoftBank. Had they just stalled out that play, as Evie might be in trouble here.
Evie is in trouble. He doesn't have flash. He's going to look for Maple. He's not able to find it. Solar Flare knocked up. Maple should be getting this kill. Nope. Classic Leona.
Yeah, Evie on the weak side goes for a play onto Maple, tries to be a hero for his team. Ends up just going down, giving more gold onto this Corki. We saw what Maple could do in game 2. We might be in for a repeat. As Evie as well just, and all of SoftBank had the opportunity to just stall.
Charles Cristero goes wide.
Yeah, PSG just had Aja sitting AFK in a bush for this Void Grub fight. So what even possesses Evie to go for this?
Just trying to cancel his recall, I think.
Yeah, but he must know that they're on the Void Grubs. His jungler's on the opposite side of the map. His support is miles away. Maybe he's not expecting them to get off the Void Grubs and just run at him, but ends up just... Now, Woody does take the kill, so at least it doesn't go to Maple, but 2-0-2 is Maple on the Corki.
Yeah, Gold essentially did even, but SoftBank slightly in the lead, although the Dragon essentially evens that up.
Now, Dasher, PSG level 11 on this Corki. They're grouping around him. They know how strong he is.
Vista showing aggression towards Ginger, and Forrest will be able to find his way through, but doesn't get the stun, and so much damage. Vista's going to be taken out. It's the True Shot Barrage that gets it. Now Forrest is stunned up. Forrest is in the wrong side of the rift, and he's taken down. Now the equalizer, what's it looking like? Marble is trapped in a horrendous position, and a double kill for Aja as PSG fight back and look to claim the game.
Yeah, the game goes from dead even to once again Aja is fed on the Rumble out of nowhere. Evie, no TP. Can't get to this fight, and they use their TP so much better on the side of PSG. It will be Dasher TPing into the top lane here. I think it's again PSG picking up this first tower.
Yeah.
SoftBank will trade it, but it was also a dragon and a bunch of kills for PSG. Gold 1.5 in the lead for PSG. Won't be able to trade the Rift Herald, I don't think. And, oh, does Evie almost get the interrupt here? Oh, even commits his ulti. And can't quite finish the stun off. And also, Forrest here whiffs the ulti. The Leona goes flying past the Skarner. Junjia steps past him, so this level 9 Skarner not able to have all that much impact. Dasher completely taken out of the fight by this equalizer. Marble flashless up against a wall in a 4v5.
All right, slight happiness. Only slight.
Yeah, still game not broken open by PSG yet. But definitely momentum in their way now, as we've seen just so often in this series.
Now, Rift Shield is up. Is it time for another battle? Been a lot of battles this game. Junja, he finds a pretty much max range Arctic Assault, but he gets stunned up, and Marble does a lot of damage back. Woody might have to throw out that ult, doesn't have to. And now, with that, Junja's going to feel completely okay, and Maple just gets a tower. Evie, though, answers back on the bottom side.
Yeah, they're funneling all this gold onto Maple, and this is a complete repeat of game 2 where it's Evie being funneled gold while Maple on the Corki gets funneled gold, and the Corki just uses it so much better than the Kennen. Mostly because they've just got an exhaust on Woody. Now PSG looking for this fight. Evi's going to be really late.
Oh, Glacial Prison lands and every bit of CC coming through as
Hang
well.
on.
It's a nice ult coming through from Marble, but only landing onto Woody. Evie makes his way in. Junja's going to be taken out. But what else can be done? Betty, he's going to cleanse away. Evie very low, and the equalizer comes through. Archer going to get that one with the Leandries or not. Woody flashes forward. Now it's a 4v4. Betty able to kite away. Marble trying to do the same to Maple, but look at the damage coming through from the Corky. And the flash forward from Archie again. Will sell more. Woody's 1v2, and Woody's not dying. Dasher goes forward. Vista finds 3. Vista might have turned the fight, but not if RJ has something to say about it. Marble not able to do it, and Maple stands alone.
Maple, the member who's been funneled all the gold on PSG, is the only man standing, gets even more gold in his pocket, will surely be recalling for that Corky 2-item power spike. What an insane team fight. It looked like the TP from Evie had just split them up enough that they could take the fight, but everyone playing out of their minds in that fight. Honestly, the exhaust is a bit late from Woody here, and this TP from Evie completely cuts off the damage that could fall off onto Forest here. Betty and Woody both zoned off, and the exhaust is super late from Woody too. It's mostly to slow down Evie, but it looks like Woody and Aja just share the same brain with how well he times these engages on top of the Rumble ultis. And then Dasher can't hit this entire fight, and that's what makes it so PSG favored initially, as Woody is just fighting 2 members of PSG here. This is a ridiculous turnaround here, but they're on priority targets is the difference. PSG are hitting priority targets, and SoftBank are not. So close to finishing Betty off is Dasher, and eventually his jungler takes him out. PSG relieved.
A bit more of a stress celebration. Back to
straight
life.
to the
It's a
fight.
brawl time, baby! More fights! So many low health members. Evie's found by Woody. Betty's trying to do the damage. The equalizer's good. Marble now completely zoned from the fire. The slicing Maelstrom finds nothing. That is a completely wasted ultimate from Evie. And Forest has gone down. Maple so damn strong. Betty landing his skill shots, but Evie will narrowly escape.
Yeah, it ends up just being Forest going down on the side of SoftBank. We didn't really see how that fight started, but it's another kill going Maple's way. He's got a 550 gold shutdown now. 200 the shutdown for Aja after once again being shut down early game with these ganks. This man is unstoppable on Rumble.
You have to ask the question, how's he gotten it 3 games in a row? I mean, the team fight just starts off Junja hitting the Q button and then just takes over from there.
Evie not able to do much in this fight. Again, a perfect Rumble ulti from Aja saves Woody there. Otherwise, Marble just chases him down and kills him. PSG just looking a little more coordinated in these fights, and it's giving them just small team fight wins, and it's now grown their lead to almost 4,000. As the game feels close because of how close these fights are. Maple.
No flash. Oh, the stun not connecting. Forest trying to find his way here onto the Corky. Fleet forward there if he needs the movement speed, but it's not going to matter. He is found, and he's fighting a lot of damage back, though. They do get the shutdown. That is a lot of gold back to Dasher.
No TP.
What are we doing?
Can they hit the Baron here? Aja doesn't have teleport.
No, I think Dasher just too low. It's too hard to do it in the face of a champ, especially like Israel.
Yeah, Maple did such a good job of trading damage back there onto Dasher. I thought he might have wasted his ulti on the Zeri, but apparently needed it. As Maple's very strong, and it's going to be a dragon picked up for PSG. They get a shutdown onto the Zeri, but now a team you've already been struggling to macro against in PSG has Soul Point. We'll see how SoftBank navigate this. They have to be very decisive for the rest of this game now, or they give up a Mountain Soul, and these very close fights will become much less close.
Yeah, I mean, 1 win is all PSG need. They're in the driving position. They have the 3 dragon. They're up gold. They have all the cards to get it done. But SoftBank, they've already proven to us time and time again, they're capable of fighting back. All this requires is 1 big fight from Evie. 1 nice slicing Maelstrom. Dasher is 5-1 on the Zeri here. He just got a massive shutdown. There's so much damage and team fighting capability available. They're not out of this yet, but by God, is it going to be hard.
Yeah, and we've talked about how Fed Maple is all it takes is one arrow as that arrow goes wide.
Arja's 1v4. He's
They're
not
on the
making his way out of this, but he's going to try to turn it. He's found a lot of damage, and MVE! He's burning! He finds the kill! And he might not be done. Forest has his team deserting him. The Baron is being done by PSG. Forest can't steal it. Arj is living. Oh my god! How long can he kite this? No, not longer. Marble comes down. They're going to be able to take down Arja, but Arja's turning it. Oh my god, no, no. Oh, the Zhonya's comes through, but Forest lives. Arja will go down, but look at the damage this man's doing.
Yeah, they get a shutdown, but it's the Baron going over to PSG as well as just a kill. Maple's going to quickly put 700 gold in his pocket, picking up this tower. Continues to get fed on this Corki. And now they have a Baron to nicely segue themselves into this soul fight. SoftBank, they had so many opportunities to take an early dragon for these Void Grubs, and they didn't do it. Gonna be kicking themselves if the soul does go over to PSG. Dasher down 2 levels to Maple. 5-1 on the Zeri, not struggling by any means.
Oh my god. Betty probably landing a Q on someone at some point.
Yeah, maybe the ulti.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, who cares about Betty's damage? Arja?
Yeah, just outplaying.
1v3 by the end of it. Almost kills 2.
Yeah.
Does kill 1.
Damn near kills all 3, honestly. Kennen is not looking like a counter pick to Rumble in this series.
Yeah, the 4 CS per minute Galio seemingly better.
Yeah, felt like it, but it's hard to not take the Rumble. The Kennen, though, when it's offered, right? Now, SoftBank not out of the game yet. The gold lead is 5k, which is a significant gold lead, but if they can just get one of these dragons, maybe win one team fight, they're back in it. They have flashes on everyone on the side of SoftBank. Ultimately, it's going to come down to who plays better.
Yeah, everyone. There's not a single sum missing outside of one teleport, but Junja's found. Do they have the damage though? Dash is trying to. Junja's living though. Junja's still alive. Junja flashes away, but does go down. And Maple's been caught, but the equalizer from Arj is fantastic. Maple's cleared the distance, and he turns 1 kill. Dash is trying to find damage, but he's exhausted. He just simply can't. Woody's so low, and Marble gets hit by a Zenith Blade from Woody.
What happened to Evie? He's got his ulti up and he's used his flash at some point in that fight. He couldn't find any meaningful impact in that fight. I have no idea how PSG turned that around. That should have been just a win for SoftBank. Vista's trying to pull the wave, maybe save the tier 2, but he's going to die.
Well, he gets hit by the Zenith Blade. Will knock Woody up though with that crash down.
Yeah, going to waste some of their Baron, but is he even? Maple's hitting the mid tier 2, Betty's hitting the bot tier 2, so I don't know if this death for Vista really does all that much, but give Aja his 9th Dark Seal stack. Evie gonna TP behind this Ezreal, not find him. Every tier 2 taken down. So we're gonna see what happened to Evie here. I guess he just gets 1 shot. Yep. Betty just finds him. What a ridiculous Q. Man, the vision control just not there for the side of SoftBank. Dasher not able to finish off Woody either. Had to commit his flash just to take down the Sejuani. And they had no follow-up onto Maple. Vista finds a miracle go onto this Corki, where they just didn't have the damage to follow him up.
Now it's PSG. They hold all the cards. 40 seconds until a potential Mountain Soul for them.
Yeah, and
almost
ago,
guaranteed one.
Yeah, a second ago, this was a 4k gold lead. Suddenly 8k, and this Dragon fight got that much harder for SoftBank. No flashes on their carries anymore. Again, just Forest with his up.
Looks like Betty misses that true shot barrage.
Yeah, PSG, how do you get in? How do you get in if you're SoftBank?
But Dasher has to do so much.
They're just top lane. Dasher does have TP.
I guess the Mountain Soul doesn't do much. It's more just the Mountain Dragon is probably the best in the game.
Yeah, they might just trade it for a tier 2. PSG aren't even going to let them get that. What is Forest looking for here? A blue buff. Yeah, you would hope to at least get the tier 2 here, maybe dive Aja, but they're unwilling to do anything. They're just going to turtle up and hope that they can outscale on SoftBank. They're just praying for an Elder fight at this point. Flip it to Elder.
Yeah, Randuin's again here for Forest, but importantly, far less impactful. There's a Rumble already.
Rumble.
Betty doesn't have any crit, so the passive is essentially wasted on that champ.
Yeah, the armor feels nice, but Ezreal doesn't care about his attack speed slowed or his crits reduced.
Now, members pathing out to top. SoftBank, they have to pull off one amazing team fight to find themselves back in this game, but so far it's just been PSG Talon. They're so solid. They've remained solid the entirety of the split, and now finally, maybe getting the fruits of their labor as they close in on this last game of the PCS, potentially.
Yeah. 3 items now for Marble to match the 3 items on Betty. Both AD carries have their flashes down. Betty's up much sooner, though. Will probably be up for this Baron fight by the look of it. And he just solo killed Evie in that previous team fight we watched.
Look at Archer, just again, randomly, just 9-3.
Yeah, after a 0-2 start again. Just finding a bunch of kills. Materializing out of thin air, and it's really just Woody plays so well. It feels like it enables Woody more than anything to get this Rumble on his team.
Yeah. Oh, it's just so hard.
Yeah.
It's so hard to walk into this Ezreal. It's so hard to walk into the Sejuani, who if you go on, it's the only option you have to go on. Just is undying.
Yeah, and your carries often can't follow up when you're against a Rumble trying to walk through the jungle to get onto these even tanks on the side of PSG. You need to find a way to get mid prio. I guess Vista's caught.
Yeah, Vista's been found. Junja is not going to be concerned about the CC coming through from this Rel. He does CC out Vista, however, the equalizer is fantastic from RJ, but keep an eye on the bottom. Evie's just stunned up and taken out! He doesn't get to do anything! On the top side, though, RJ getting so low, Dasher trying to turn it around. It's Penny who takes down Forrest, and Dashers have got so much to do, but just so little to work with. As PSG, oh my goodness, words are hard, but PSG, they get to... And now they will have the option to take the Baron.
SoftBank managed to get Vista out of there, but they lose Evie again with his flash and ulti available, not able to get anything done in these fights. Just getting hunted by Junjia and Woody. Woody especially just eats this cannon for breakfast. Every time he's on his screen, Evie's just going down.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get to do anything. Not even the time to use his Zhonya's, his Seeker's active. He had flash, he had ult, nothing.
Yeah. And Aja's, every single Rumble out of Aja has been perfect and perfectly followed up by Woody.
Yeah.
All these players play so well off of each other on PSG. And they're in a commanding position to win this game. Baron now 10k their gold lead. Mountain Soul to boot. Elder, maybe a opportunity back into the game for SoftBank, but even that just feels so far away. Even to survive this next 3 minutes is going to be a challenge for them. Betty level 17 on Ezreal, by the way.
Yeah, very strong. I mean, just performing out of his mind. He's such a good Ezreal, proving it once again. Not that we needed any further proof.
This is stuck in here. Okay. Gets out of there. PSG bring the whole crew.
Yeah, Betty pushing mid. Let's see if they sink their wave. It looks like they have. They're by far the best team in the league at doing so.
Yeah,
both waves hitting at the same time, but mid wave quite small. Oh my god, that was an E. That was the Arcane Shift and the Arcane Shift alone. Betty up 3 levels on the top lane of SoftBank. Flash and ult available. They found Junja. Junja's well out of position, but the True Shot barrage is massive. And the flash forward. Woody's in there. Archer's in there. Maple comes in there too. And PSG, they're looking to put the nail in the coffin. Dasher is doing just that. He's dashing back to his fountain. But Marble, he is standing next to his tower. But down he goes as Betty will not miss. 1v3 Dasher to keep the hopes of the LJL alive.
Yeah, Marble tried to get the wave there, but I don't think he's done enough. These members of PSG are so strong. It's the 2 carries up still. Woody forces the flash with just his Zenith Blade. That's got to be game.
Yeah, Dasher's going to flash away, but he's got nothing to do. Nexus Tower number 2 will go down. No respawns to come. And PSG, for the 4th time in a row, will be your champions.
Now, credit to SoftBank. They do put a bump in the road in Game 3 for PSG, but otherwise just a flawless split out of these guys and a ridiculous form going into Worlds now.
Give me quickly. Series MVP. I think I'm going Maple.
I'm going Woody.
I'm going Maple. I'm going Maple. I think his last 3 games were just so good.
Yeah.
You know, even against the Yone. I don't know. What a game. Honestly, you put any of these 5 up as the MVP.
Yeah, I won't
respectable.
complain. Yeah.
Respectable. Junja, you know, he had the last 3. This time, playing tanks the whole way out. Someone else have it. And by God, his team had him. Your champions once again. They are the kings of the PCS. They are PSG Talon.
Yeah, and I mean, again, they even SoftBank were saying it in the trash talk at the beginning of this. This is just a team without flaws. There is nothing obvious to exploit on this team as long as they don't pick Tristana top. This is the game 1 replay here, where again they play so well around this Kennen. Even when they're not locking down the Kennen early in the fight, they're just all out of the way by the time Evie pushes ult.
Half the time, not even getting to.
Yeah, and here, this flash from Betty was so intelligent onto Marble. He didn't even flash onto him, he just walked at him.
What are you yapping about, pal?
Yeah,
he doesn't require that, Just so insane. I mean, you can make a highlight reel, honestly, for both teams.
Yeah, and again,
SoftBank, they did it. They are the only team to take a game off PSG here in the playoffs.
Yeah, you got to be proud of that.
They got exactly 1. But the momentum for this squad here going into Worlds.
Yeah, ridiculous. And they've shown so many looks now with Junjia doing so well on these tanks and the rest of the team able to step up when he is on the tanks. This is going to be a scary team at Worlds.
Yeah. I don't know how audible it is for the viewers at home, but I have completely lost my voice. And I would not have rather lost it in any other way than casting this finals. It's been such a roller coaster. There's been so many interesting plays, so many amazing plays. But eventually, all things lead to one place, and that's PSG Talon. For the last 2 years straight, they've remained at the top. And they will cement themselves in history. The final PCS playoffs that will ever look like this.
Yeah.
And it's them finishing the deal.
Yeah, wouldn't have had it any other way, honestly. Glad that it is PSG representing us. Glad that it's SoftBank representing us, too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so sweet.
Yeah.
It's so sweet. I don't think any other team in the league goes up against PSG here in the finals and takes a game.
Yeah, even especially in that game 3, after how game 2 went, after how game 1 went, for them to be that resilient on the side of SoftBank was impressive. And even in this 4th game, fighting till the absolute end, making PSG play their hearts out for it. Ultimately, PSG able to do it. Just so good as a team, playing off of each other perfectly.
It has to be said, 3 games in a row where SoftBank ahead.
Yeah.
3 early games in a row, they won. But PSG, the resilience, the expertise, the plays like this,
I mean,
Betty.
This play by Betty is insane. You can't even say they play well as a team in terms of each guy fulfills his role, because Betty's role is not to one-shot Kennen in these team fights. But once that happens, they just know how to play the rest of the fight perfectly, and they adapt not just mid-series, but within the game.
Have a listen in. Let's listen to how the game was concluded, I suppose.
Yeah, the series was concluded.
让我们再次用热烈的掌声，恭喜 PSG 获得 PCS 夏季总决赛的冠军。对，那么今天呢，我们现场呢也是邀请到了我们的 Red Games 亚太地区电竞事业部总监 Laura 李庆之，以及凯瑞国际执行长 Jerry 严佑谦。那我们请2位长官上来帮我们的选手恭贺。 我们的2位长官呢会带着祝贺给即将前往世界舞台的选手，也期许选手呢在世界赛能够大放异彩。祝福 PSG， 也期待你们接下来的精彩表现喽。好的，谢谢我们的2位长官。那接着呢，我们就要来进行 PSG 的选手们的赛后访问了。首先呢，我们先来问一下我们的上路阿志选手。其实呢，从这个夏季赛开始，你玩了非常多的射手上路，那甚至呢，今天在第3场的比赛拿了生涯第1次的崔斯塔纳。以前呢，你似乎更喜欢担任坦克，那可以聊聊为什么会有这样的改变，以及如果可以的话，为什么会选择崔斯塔纳呢？
So Azi, we know that in this season, actually, you start picking AD top champions, and you also picked Tristana in the 3rd game today. I want to ask you, in the past, we saw that you played more of a take top champions selection. So I want to ask you why you made that change, and also why you picked Tristana in the 3rd game.
タンクチャンピオンのピックが多かったイメージでしたが、今年から AD ピックがだいぶ増えました。そして今日の、クリスカタトップも見せてくれました。このような変化の理由を教えてください。
阿志选手。
因为这版本的话有坦克打野嘛，然后有时候就是需要我站出来，所以我就也尽量选一些能 C 的英雄，就是我觉得我能尽量去适应各方面吧。
So in this patch, there's actually a lot of tank jungle champions picks. So for me, I have to stand out and carry the team, so I have to get used to more different kind of selections on the top lane.
タンクのジャングラーが、かなり増えた今のメタでは、キャリが必要です。
好的，那阿志，因为在跟 Maple 聊天吧。好，那阿志选手，那因为今天那个崔斯塔纳部分，可不可以再跟大家聊一下？因为毕竟是生涯第1次嘛。
崔斯塔纳的话就是团练有用，然后觉得还不错，但是今天遇到对面打野有点烦。
So I actually picked some Tristana in our scrims, but because we met the jungle champions and the jungle of our opponent was really strong, so it's a little bit messy today.
練習の時もクリスカターをピックして練習してたんですけれども、ちょっと今日相手のジャングラーが結構うざかったんですね。
好的，那我们再来要问一下我们的打野俊佳喽。其实我在提醒你的时候，身边的主播赛评都会不约而同的跟我说，俊佳真的很强。那今天现场其实我有看到有人在举PCS 最强打野的牌子。那想问你认为自己去年跟今年有什么不同吗？你有变得更强吗？
So Junja, actually, when I talked to shoutcasters and analysts, they all told me that you are a very, very good jungler in our region. And we saw a lot of signs about you today that said that you are the best jungle champion in PCS. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how you improved this season and compare yourself to the last year?
キャスターたちから高く評価されています。会長からも、結構応援のボードがたくさんありました。去年と、神社選手と比べたら、どのような変化がありましたか？
我觉得今年跟去年比的话，我是觉得自己有进步吧，但是觉得今天的表现没有到很满意吧，因为送了很多次。
So I think compare myself to last year, I did improve, but for today, I'm not really satisfied with my own performance because I did actually end it a lot in today's game.
去年と比べたら、正直結構成長したんですけれども、ちょっと今日のパフォーマンスは正直あんまり良くはなかったんです。
好的，但今天呢，确实还是一场非常精彩的比赛。这边你们要问到中路选手 Maple 了。其实今天呢，一开始 PSG 感觉好像真的有3-0的气势，但是第3场比赛的时候，突然出现了一些小小的意外，可以跟大家聊一下当时的状况吗？
So Maple, actually, we thought before the game today that your team's going to get a 3-0 today in the series. But what happened in the 3rd game that you guys wasn't able to win that off with a 3-0?
てっきり 3-0 で終わるような流れでしたが、ゲーム3は何があったんですかね？
就是第3把对面拿了哑铃嘛，然后其实库奇算是比较需要发育的英雄，但是我们前
好，这个我们等一下再来跟 Maple 聊聊。
但是前期就是跟他们打了碰撞嘛，然后前面就变得有点劣势了。对，所以下一把我就说，等下玩库奇前面不要打架。
So actually, our opponent picked Yone in the third game, and for Corky, we need to farm a little bit. But in the early game, there's a lot of back and forth, and so Corky wasn't able to farm. That's why in the third game we lost it.
相手チームはヨネをピックして、でそして私の後期はやっぱり、ファームが必要なチャンピオンでして、だからその月の試合でいやもうこれ以上は後期をピックしないでって言いました。
好的，那刚刚呢，现场的观众也非常的热情。那今天呢，你的赛前影片也有说，你真的是你的最后一年了。那我知道你的目标是重返世界赛的8强，但我想问的是，在8强以外，如果今年呢真的是你生涯的最后一场世界赛，你还有没有想要达成的目标，或者是你有想要证明什么吗？
So in the promo, you actually said this is your last year playing pro, and you said that this year at Worlds, your goal is to get into quarterfinals. Are there any other goals this year at Worlds since you said this is your last year?
試合前の動画で今年は最後って言いました。目標はベスト8に戻るとおっしゃいましたが、それ以外何かやり遂げたいことがありますか？
就这次今年的话，就是还是想要再拿个8强吧，然后希望不要让自己后悔。
So this year, I still want to get into quarterfinals, and I want to leave no regrets this year at Worlds.
ベスト8にはもちろん戻りたいですけれども、やっぱり後悔を残したくないです。
好的，那再来呢，就是我们的 AD 想问一下 Betty。昨天呢，我算了一下，在睽违了6年了，真的终于要再次前进世界赛。那这段期间呢，你其实一直维持着非常好的状态，可不可以跟大家分享一下这段期间你的心态跟想法呢？
So Betty, this is actually after 6 years not going to Worlds. You finally qualified again at Worlds, and you kept your mentality and your skills all these 6 years. I want to ask you, how do you feel about yourself getting to the Worlds this year?
6年ぶりのワールド進出となりますが、この6年間は高いレベルを維持しています。この間の心境を教えてくれますか？
就是该吃吃该喝喝就可以维持好身手吧。然后我觉得每一个世界赛都对我很重要吧。今年进了，就希望可以跟我们的教练团跟4位选手好好的赢下，然后进8强。
So I think just eat well, sleep well, and that's how I keep my mentality. And for this year, I just really want to go into quarterfinals with my team and my coach.
正直ちゃんとご飯食べていればもうこの実力があるっていうことで、そして毎回のワールドはもちろん結構大切なんですけれども、今のチームメイトといい成績を取りたいです。
好的，那最后呢，要问到我们的这个辅助Woody。我在整理选手资料的时候，有看到你曾经承受的心理压力，然后一直到今年你飞跃线的进步，跟大家有目共睹的蜕变。那今天的表现其实真的是非常的亮眼，可以聊聊这段时间的心路历程吗？
So Woody, actually when I was doing some research on you, it seems like you were in a lot of pressure previously, and this year improved so much and everyone saw that. I want to ask you, how is your mentality changed during this year with your improvements?
宇治選手のキャリアを振り返ってみると、昔はかなり評判されていましたが、今年こそ猛成長を見せてくれました。その心境の変化を教えてください。
好，Woody，可以回答。
我就把那些算命的话当做我的动力吧，然后打脸给他们看。
So I taken everyone's comment on me, the bad comments on them, as my strength to improve. And I want to show everyone about how good I am this year.
その悪口的なコメントをいただいてこそ成長ができたと思います。
好的，那最后呢，就是我们的教练柯基了。那去年世界赛的时候，其实呢是有带着一些的遗憾离开的。当时呢，队伍包含教练你本人，我都相信是承受了不少的心理压力。但是今年呢，卷土重来，而且几乎可以说是强势回归。想请你跟大家聊聊，你觉得 PSG 今年最大的变化和你个人的感觉是什么呢？
So Coach Corky, I want to ask you, because last year at Worlds seems like your team has some regrets, and this year you guys came back really strong, and everyone's had a lot of anticipation and really look forward to your performance at Worlds. I want to ask you, how are you feeling after this years of change?
去年のワールドでかなり残念な結果でした。その時選手もコーチもかなりストレスを抱えていた。今年で復活できたキーポイントは何だと思いますか？
我觉得今年的话，就是因为我们去年有很多遗憾嘛，然后今年的话，就是所有的选手都变得更拼了，然后包括整个教练组，就是因为我们去年的遗憾，那我也得感谢我们选手，就是今年真的进步了蛮多的，对。
So actually, because last year there were some regrets, I feel like this year all our players tried their best, and also our coaching staff, our entire team tried very, very hard this year, so we were able to show a good performance until so far. And this year we're going to try better at Worlds.
去年の結果はとても残念でした。でも、今年は本当にもうチーム全員の人が、すごく頑張って、そして今年こそワールズでいい成績を残したいです。
好的，那最后呢，你们要即将前往世界赛，有没有什么要跟你的选手们还有支持者们说的呢？
So now you're going to Worlds. Do you have something to say to your players and your supporters?
ワールズ出場する前に、選手たちに伝えたいことはありますか？
因为今年是 PCS 的最后一舞嘛，然后我们也希望去世界赛的时候，然后会留给 PCS 一个很好的成绩，对。
So because this year is the last dance for PCS, we really hope to show good performance at Worlds for PCS.
PCS の最後となりますが、今年は必ずいいパフォーマンスを残します。
好的，那最后我们再次把掌声给我们的 PSG， 期待他们在世界赛能有精彩的亮眼的表现。那么在这个快结束之前呢，我们还有一位 FMVP 还没有公布，大家觉得是谁呢？先让我们一起来看一下本次 FMVP 的 highlight 影片吧。
Final MVP 乌迪，不得了，乌迪拿到了本次最终决赛的 Final MVP。两个问题来跟你请教一下。第一个问题，成为 Final MVP 的感觉是如何？
So the first question for our FMVP Woody, how do you feel winning this FMVP?
ファイナル MVP になったウディ選手なんですが、今の気持ちを教えてください。
就2个字吧，很爽。
So just 2 words, I'm really happy.
最高です。
我想这刚刚乌迪讲的话，应该只有我们才听得懂，对吧？当然，第二个问题要来问你了，你已经站在 Final MVP 的位置，接下来就代表其实这场 BO5是由你的这个发挥引领拿下了这个胜利，你是占居多的，也就代表你接下来要带领着 PSG 前往世界赛了，来为大家做一个喊话。世界赛，你 PSG， 你觉得会有什么发挥？为大家做一个信心的喊话。
So because you won the FMP, you are the leader for PSG to go fight at Worlds. So do you have anything you want to say for PSG to go to Worlds and your team?
今回ワールズへの意気込みを教えてください。
就尽量朝世界冠军的目标前进。
世界冠军，各位
We will try our best to get World Championship.
必ず優勝を目指します。
我们再次谢谢 Woody， 请将麦跟 Final MVP 的这一个奖杯先交给我，再度回到我们的舞台列，让我们再次的恭喜2024 PCS 夏季总冠军 PSG， 捧起你们的奖杯吧！What an emotional moment. What a cool moment.
Yeah.
I cannot believe the scenes we've witnessed, not only today, but just over the course of the PCS.
Yeah, this has been an amazing playoffs. It's been so much fun the whole time. We didn't really get to see that much PSG just because of how cleanly they played, but in the end they came through and took the win, and I think a much-deserved Finals MVP for Woody.
Yeah.
I agree with what you said, though. You could have given it to anyone, to be honest.
Yeah, there's 5 Finals MVPs in my eyes for many different reasons, but I mean, what a historic moment. This is, as said on the stage just then, the final time the PCS is going to look like this at any capacity. Yeah. We, of course, next year we'll be moving to APAC, to a major region.
Yeah.
And so forever, PSG have etched their names in the history books of LoL esports for back-to-back.
You can expect to see a lot more of those guys, though, and even Maple. I'll believe it when I see it with the retirement. We'll see how he does at Worlds and if he's hungry for more afterwards, because he's on good form. He's on just perfectly acceptable form. He's looking as good as he's ever looked, and I think he'll be quite impressive. I think all of PSG will be very impressive at Worlds, and I'm excited to see how they match up.
Me too.
Against the other teams internationally.
Yeah, and SoftBank, I mean, you have to talk about them too. They're going to go to Worlds, and they were able to make it at least one game against PSG. I mean, no one else did it in the playoffs. They were 6-0 coming in. They ended up being 8-0. SoftBank, they managed to get one win up against PSG.
Yeah.
And you look at the teams going into that play-in series. At least for my money, PSG are the best-looking team going in, even including the EU and NA.
Yeah, we might be biased, but I do think that SoftBank were very stiff competition, and PSG still very decidedly managed to beat them, and that it bodes well for the play-ins. At least we'll see. Their goal, they said, was quarterfinals. I think they've set their sights quite low. What did Woody say?
Woody said, we're going to do our best to become world champions.
Yeah, go on, Woody.
That's
riding off the MVP high. Yeah, I like to hear that a bit more.
Me too. And honestly, they're a team, well, you're not ever going to go and be like, all right, they have they're going to win it. They're going to win it. You're not going to have that. But they have so much talent.
Yeah.
BLG, champions of the LPL, they struggled up against the fantastic team that we're about to have a look at in PSG Talon.
Those are our 2 Worlds representatives right there.
Yeah.
Couldn't hope for better teams. We said it at the top of the night here.
Yeah. It was clearly the 2 best teams.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no argument you can be made. There were some exciting teams. DCG, fantastic. Loved watching them the whole split. Frank, heroic run to get to where they did.
Ridiculous run.
CFO, the moments, the highs that they had were probably higher than any other team we have in the region. The what is it, like the ability for players like Minji, like 1116 to carry these rookies, to just be a leader for these rookies, to make it so far in the PCS has been so inspiring. And honestly, it just warms my heart to be able to watch the region. And of course, this whole thing, all of this shabazz has been brought to you by our sponsors, Changhua Telecom, who if you do sign up with in the near future, you will get 12 months of Hami video free of charge. The Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel, who housed our fantastic Worlds representative, our amazing team in SoftBank, all the way here to the grand finals to fight against PSG Talon. You can find all the information on their website, of course, and book in if you are going to Taipei. And China Airlines, they'll get you there. They'll get the LJL teams back home, rested up, before they head over to Europe to compete in the World Championship. And Carry Energy, it was needed today. You saw the members of the crowd. Everyone had Carry Energy. Everyone was enjoying it. There's competitions at this thing to try and get your hands on it. So definitely a great drink. If you ever see it, give it a try. Couldn't recommend it more. And TTL brand ramen, it might be the last time I get the pleasure of shouting them out, but they have sponsored us the whole way through, and I couldn't be more thankful. So a massive shout out to them for what is possibly the final time.
Yeah, not only our sponsors, but we do have all our teams to thank for how strong PSG has become without stiff competition from not just the PCS, but the LJL as well, and LCO. These teams are able to push our teams so that PSG can become the monsters they've honestly become, and kind of everyone's hopes are riding on them. We're not counting out SoftBank yet. They have an equal chance in the play-ins to go just as far as PSG and see what they can achieve too. I'm excited for the SoftBank team, who seem to also just be growing. PSG kind of just came in as the gods of the PCS and didn't need to do any growth. We didn't expect them to have to grow to win any series or any games, and it was SoftBank who were able to improve and really challenge them in this series. Put some questions on the PSG early game specifically. Give them something to look at and something to improve on going into Worlds. Yeah, which is what you need. Because if you just go in stomping your region domestically, which we've seen from other regions, like the CBLOL used to have that quite often. OCE has that quite often. Like there was the Chiefs roster that didn't even drop a game at one stage, went to Worlds, really struggled. And I think showing signs of weakness whilst against a fantastic team and still getting the win means there's stuff you can work on, right? You can practice the early game. You can go back, look at the VOD. What went wrong? How could we fix it? And it's important to have moments like those going into these international competitions because everything changes. Yeah. And they couldn't be in better hands than in Corgi's hands, I think, because even after that game one, if you remember, you and I couldn't identify really what he could be talking about, but Corgi was just yapping away. He had so much feedback for his team, and he really does have his eye on excellence and his eye on getting that trophy. As much as they're saying their goal is quarterfinals, I think they're being very humble publicly, and they will be going for the trophy. Yeah, absolutely. And I have faith that they can make a really deep run. I mean, we've already had proof that they're capable of taking games, if not series, against the top regions, beating FlyQuest out in the MSI, almost beating out BLG at MSI. It's been such an emotional journey. And I do believe this is the end for us. It has been a long ride. I've enjoyed every moment of it. It's been 2 years. I'm getting emotional, but I can't help it. It's been an absolute pleasure to provide all of this for you. Please do enjoy the video, and we'll see you all later.
Didn't want to say goodbye. Now we're running out of time. Before we put this all behind, let's go again. We feel so alive. One last goodbye. Now we're running out of time. Before we put this all behind, let's go again. We'll feel so alive. One last didn't want to say goodbye. Now we're running out of time. Before we put this on